The Senate will come to order. Senator Bowden.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you be so kind as to stand. In the Senate tradition, we begin with prayer by the chaplain, and today's chaplain is Rabbi Jason Rodick from Temple Israel in Minneapolis. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. I bring words from my teacher, Rabbi Richard Levy of blessed memory. This is the concluding words to the sermon he gave when I was ordained in Los Angeles in 2014. There are many beautiful words you can come up with. I would like to suggest one, tzedek, justice. The prophets called on us to bring justice in the world. The Torah calls on us to end the thorny shame that the poor will always be with us and instead to work for the time when poverty will be no more. All the paths of Torah, we say every time we read from it, are peace. Are you committed to peace between your neighbors? Peace between Israelis and Palestinians, peace between everybody. Justice, justice shall you pursue, Amos says. Let justice well up like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. And if your board president says the rabbi should not say that, how can you help her hear the words of Torah and the prophets as you can? How can you open yourself to hear the words as she does? And if, after much listening on both your parts and much discussion, your president still wants you to be silent out of fear of what someone else might say if you speak, I hope you will be able to say, We both need to listen for what God's words are telling us, not what our fears are telling us. Like the words of Rabbi Nachman, Kol ha'olam kulo gesher tzar me'o, the whole world is a narrow bridge. People can throw you off at any time, but the Jewish principle, lo lefached klal, do not fear, rather be bold. We have not always taught you that message in your years with us. We have too often said, be careful. And of course you should be careful of people's feelings, of their sensitivities, of their wounds. As a rabbi, you are committed to caring for their wounds. We need to act with anava, humility, and ga'ava, authority. It is possible and it is crucial to embrace them both. There are times for softness and there are times to be bold. The way out of the wilderness and into the promised land is by being bold. Ours is not to say there are giants in the land and we feel like grasshoppers before them. That is not humility, it is self-debasement. You have thorns to clear away, and you need to be bold in clearing them. Bold enough to know you might get scratched sometimes, but the promised land is worth a scratch. Be bold, act with humility, but act boldly. Love boldly, do justice boldly, and if you speak the beautiful words God has taught us out of love, and if you act with courage and sensitivity and conviction, you will lead this people into the promised land, the land of passion, of meaning, of holiness, of authenticity. And because you will have led us out of the wilderness, perhaps God will find other ways to show us love. Because the promised land will be a place for us and all our cohorts to rejoice. Enjoy this day, precious rabbis, and may God light a bonfire in each of your hearts.
The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Heinzmann, Hemmingsen-Jaeger, Hoffman, Holmstrom, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Karan, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquaid, McEwen, Miller, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umu Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westlin, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location pursuant to Rule 40.7, Senators Carlson and Senator Port. Members, I'm going to ask everyone to come into the chambers, if you will. Those who are in the retiring room, will you please come into the chambers? Please come into the chambers, if you will. All right. right, I think that we have almost everyone. I am going to allow Senator Klein to give a brief statement, and then after that, we will continue with our business. Thank you for indulging. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, by now you have read that I placed a $50 wager on the election in which I am a candidate. It was a mistake to do that, and while I was unaware of the rule I had violated at the time I did it, once I was notified of the violation, I moved quickly to correct it. I take the dignity of the Senate and the entire legislature very seriously. I know that we are held to a higher standard, and that is as it should be. I apologize to my colleagues and the body for having fallen short of that high standard in this matter.
Thank you, Senator Klein. Members, with that being said, we will proceed to the fifth order of business. And you're more than welcome to move around now. Thank you. We will proceed to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. There are 2 committee reports to read at the desk. The secretary will read the reports.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 3432, a bill for an act relating to public safety, modifying provisions relating to clemency applications, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass. And Senator Zhang from the Committee on State and Local Government, to which was referred Senate File Number 1717, a bill for an act relating to state government, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass and be re-referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6, the bill was referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration.
I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted, with the exception of the report pertaining to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6.
On the adoption of committee reports, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members will now proceed to the 6th order of business, which is second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will give the Senate file its second reading.
Senate File Number 3432.
The Senate file has been given its second reading. Members, we will now proceed to the 8th order of business. The 8th order of business is introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated with no modifications. We'll now move to the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to take House File 3629 from the table and give it its second reading.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will give House File Number 3629 its second reading.
House File Number 3629.
Second reading. Now I'll call on Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move to lay House File 3629 on the table.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. It's laid on the table. Now I'll call on Senator Murphy for another motion.
Mr. President, I move to take House File 3825 from the table and give it its second reading.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will give House File Number 3825 its second reading.
House File Number 3825.
Second reading. Now I will call on Senator Murphy again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay House File 3825 on the table.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the bill is laid on the table. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, I'm calling on Senator Murphy to designate special orders.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the special order list dated April 23, 2026 is on your desk. We will begin with House File Number 3593, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House File 3593 designates the portion of Highway 58 that runs through the city of Zumbrota, which is their main street, as the Officer/Firefighter Gary L. Schroeder Jr. Memorial Highway. Gary Schroeder Jr. served the people of Zumbrota as a police officer for 18 years and was also a 9-year member of the Zumbrota Fire Department, with previous service in Grand Meadow and Alden as its chief. Members, I received a letter from the city of Zumbrota, and they said that this designation in Gary's name, quote, would serve as a lasting tribute to his dedication, sacrifice, and service to the people of Minnesota. It would also recognize the profound impact he had on our community and ensure that his legacy continues to be honored by future generations, end quote. Members, Officer Gary Schroeder Jr. fought a difficult yet courageous battle against PTSD, a condition that he acquired while serving in the line of duty for the people of his community. Gary was very proud of his service. The citizens of Zumbrota were even more proud of Gary and his work for their community. Unfortunately, Gary eventually became medically retired, and he struggled with no longer being able to serve the community that he loved. In the end, the weight of the inner struggle became more than he could carry, and we lost him on April 17th, 2023. Gary was very involved in his community, many charitable organizations. He was involved in efforts that supported others, including COPS, the Concerns of Police Survivors, the Special Olympics Torch Run, the Invisible Wounds Project, and Honor Flight. Prior to his death, Gary counseled other officers who struggled with the very condition that eventually stole him from us. Gary's obituary said, quote, he was a remarkable man who left a lasting impression on all that he had contact with. He wasn't afraid to share his feelings and cry with those with whom he loved and with anyone who needed help, end quote. To understand how important Gary was to his community, you can look at the efforts made by the community of Zumbrota to remember him and the sacrifice made by him and his family. Following Gary's death, the community of Zumbrota held many events, including a first responder kickball tournament, cycling tour, and online donation drives. They sold commemorative patches and pavers. Members, these efforts raised funds for suicide prevention and a memorial garden in Zumbrota next to the police department, which honors his service and serves as a quiet place of reflection for officers and the public. Mr. President, Gary's dad, Gary Schroeder Sr., told us in committee that at the funeral of his son, he said, a man came up to him and said, I'm so very sorry for killing your son. Gary Sr. said, I know what happened to my son. You didn't kill my son. The man went on to explain that one day his 4-year-old grandson was playing in the backyard when a playset collapsed upon him. The man called 911, and Gary Jr. was the first responder and had to do CPR on him. Unfortunately, the child died from his injuries. Members, we often think of PTSD as a big city police officer issue, the result of criminal violence and those types of events, but in a small town, it can look like having to deliver the news to your neighbor that a loved one is dead or badly injured. The people you try to help are not strangers. They are your family, your neighbors, and your friends, and that can take its toll. Members, joining us today in the gallery are Gary Sr., stepmother Susan, and stepbrother Eric Schroeder, and also Gary's wife, Kim. His sister Elizabeth and family is watching on the YouTube channel in Tennessee. And I would say, members, to the members of the Schroeder family, we are forever grateful for the sacrifices made by your beloved Gary Jr. Mr. President, members, I ask you to join me in voting for this bill to recognize and remember one of Minnesota's and the city's of Zumbrota's very own hometown hero. Thank you, Mr. President.
With that being said, members, any other discussion on House File 3593? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 3593 its third reading.
House File Number 3593, a bill for an act relating to transportation, designating a portion of Mark Trunk Highway 58 in Zumbrota as Officer Firefighter Gary L. Schroeder Jr. Memorial Highway.
Third reading. Any other discussion before the Secretary takes the roll for final passage of House File 3593? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll for final passage of the bill. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
I report Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Barr, are you voting? Let's see. Members, you should be at your desk when we are on a roll call. Senator Rest. Senator Rest, you all should be at your desk while we're voting. We're under a roll call vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to House File 3453. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would increase the age of purchase and possession of Kratom from 18 to 21. Kratom is a natural product derived from a tree native to Southeast Asia. People use Kratom as a self-remedy for chronic pain, depression, anxiety, and opioid withdrawal, with an estimated 10 to 16 million people using it daily. Unfortunately, once Kratom reached American markets, its manufacturers started adulterating it. More and more often, we see that Kratom is now associated with adverse events, such as liver injury, kidney injury, delusions, depression, trouble breathing, and seizures. It has also been shown to cause addiction that requires treatment. And although rare, overdose and death have also been reported. Between 2015 and 2025, there have been over 14,000 Kratom exposures reported to a U.S. poison center, with reports increasing year over year. The majority of those calls were in the last 5 years. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, or the DEA, classifies Kratom as a drug and chemical of concern, and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, has issued multiple advisories on the health risks of using Kratom. Currently, Kratom can be purchased anywhere: convenience stores, gas stations, tobacco shops, and online. Minnesota has consistently set 21 as the age for purchasing and possessing regulated substances like alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, and this should be no different. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on House File 3453 before we give the bill its third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 3453 its third reading.
House File Number 3453, a bill for an act relating to public safety, controlled substances, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussion on the bill before we take the roll for final passage? Seeing none, the Secretary will the Secretary will take the roll on House File 3453. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report that Senator Carlson votes yes,
Senator Carlson votes aye.
and Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye. Members, we're under a roll call vote. We should be at our own desk or off the Senate floor. Senator Marty, I'm saying we're on a roll call vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desired to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to Senate file number 4223. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This is the 2026 Elections Omnibus Policy Bill. And I want to commend the members of our committee who have worked so hard this year to send a clear message to voters that we are strengthening and protecting the freedom to vote, regardless of what is happening at the federal level. I would like to thank the members of the committee for their thoughtful work this year, for the many conversations that we had around elections. I do want to thank the members of the committee, especially Senator Carlson, who is joining us remotely today, and without whose leadership we would not have been able to produce such a strong bill. I would also like to thank Senator Curran for being a co-author on the bill and for the bipartisan provisions he and other members have offered in committee throughout the year. I do want to thank our excellent nonpartisan staff, Lexi Stengel and Andrew Erickson, who are the bedrock and the go-tos for all questions in our committee, as well as my legislative assistant, Madeline Stankiewicz, Senator Carlson's legislative assistant, Christy Blood, our phenomenal committee administrator, Beth Frazier, and our partisan researchers, Will Freeman and Tim Cheetah. We also thank our pages for the work that they've done on our committee. Our bill this year provides an opportunity for us to demonstrate to Minnesotans that we are standing with them in the fight for free and fair elections. We have multiple important provisions that accomplish this goal, including the following. We have strengthened protections against election interference and intimidation, which prevents the harassment and intimidation of not only voters, but also election officials. It prevents the tampering with voting equipment and obstructing access to polling places. This provision will help affirm to voters that they can show up on Election Day without fear. It will also help keep election workers safe from the rising threats and violence that they experience. In a time when it is becoming harder and harder to recruit and retain them as they are subject to that increased harassment and violence simply for serving their committees. We have increased transparency and accountability, including through new faith in government provisions from Senator Bolden at the local level, as well as provisions from Senator Marty that ensure voters can tell who is behind digital ads. We are also planning to accept a bipartisan amendment that we believe that was developed in partnership with Senator Draheim to increase disclosure of stock and crypto holdings. This bill upholds our Constitution, including preventing any presidential candidate from being listed on Minnesota ballots if they have already run for 2 terms. It provides new standards to protect the safety and the privacy of officials, candidates, and donors responding directly to the events of June 14th. We are doing this by protecting addresses of candidates, elected officials, and donors at the state and local level, and by codifying Campaign Finance Board advisory opinions that allow candidates to use campaign funds to pay for security prevention and security services. These changes will help keep officials and candidates safe and will also allow more Minnesotans to run for office by ensuring that home addresses are kept private and that candidates and officials can access the security that they need to keep themselves and their families safe. As we have discussed in committee, running for public office should not bring with it threats of violence. Other provisions in the bill include Senator Bolden's bill to study campaign spending limits, a bill from Senator Curran for a pilot project on local campaign finance reporting, a bill that would create a competition for a new I Voted sticker design, which was brought to me by a high school student. The bill also provides technical and modernizing updates from the Secretary of State's office and the Campaign Finance Board, as well as other reforms which will make Minnesota's elections stronger than ever. And as we turn to debate on this bill, Mr. President and members, I do want to remind the body that Minnesotans are paying closer attention to our democracy than ever before. Many Minnesotans are still not leaving their homes due to the open intimidation and threats that they experience coming from the Trump administration. And as we speak, Republicans in Congress are trying, but failing, to block millions of Americans from voting. I hope that here in Minnesota, we can all come together to show voters that our democracy is stronger than ever and that they can be assured that their voices will be heard. And Mr. President, at this time, before we open this up, I have 2 amendments actually that I would like to offer, Mr. President. The first amendment is the A27 amendment.
Senator Westlin offers the A27 amendment. The Secretary will report the A27 amendment.
Senator Westlin moves to amend Senate File Number 4223 as follows. Page 3, lines 10, 13, and 15, delete. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Westlin, to your A27 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are corrections in here that are technical in nature that came after we passed the bill out of committee. Lines 1.2 through lines 1.5, I believe, are the technical corrections identifying a principal versus an individual or association. Again, that was on the recommendation of the Campaign Finance Board. The next change, Mr. President, is on page 23, section 30. Excuse me one moment. Forgive me just one moment, Mr. President. As members know, I have both last year and this year provided or passed and offered a bill dealing with the pre-filling of absentee ballot applications. After receiving a considerable amount of feedback from a number of stakeholder groups that have concerns that this may not be ready for prime time, as one of my colleagues likes to say, and with the promise that I will continue to work on this through the interim, line 1.6 does delete section 30. Page 25 of the bill deletes section 33 because that was included in a different bill that passed off this floor. On page 26, line 5, we are inserting language regarding the effective date for that provision that has already passed off of the floor. On 1.13, page 31, we have received some feedback from the Campaign Finance Board that clarifies that contributions, security services language to ensure that is understood that this would not be considered a campaign contribution, but rather a non-campaign disbursement. But it also makes it clear that any personnel that are involved in security services cannot engage in campaign activity. And that, my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that, or Mr. President, is that brings us into alignment with some concerns raised in the lower chamber. Line 1.17 on page 42, line 6, makes it clear that if an individual candidate uses their own personal funds for security purposes, that will not be, that's not considered a reportable campaign contribution from the candidate. Lines 1.24 to 1.26, again, is clarifying language. On page 58, section 16, again, this is being deleted because this was already passed into law in a different bill. On page 60, section 18, that is the same, Mr. President, that was passed in a different bill, and that is the amendment, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A27 amendment? Any other discussion on the A27 amendment?
I would request a roll call, Mr. President. I apologize.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. As it relates to the current amendment, you know, the transparency and the confusion that around pre-printing or pre-filling absentee ballot requests has been a constant issue from all of our counties and everybody who works in elections. So it appears that the nonprofits have prevailed again to stop really good common sense legislation from moving forward. Every single county has had a problem with it. It's confusing. People think it's a ballot. And again, it's another year. We're not going to increase transparency. It seems very simple, but every single county wanted it. Again, I think we're beholden to the nonprofits that continually go out and confuse and create disenfranchises people around these very things. And so I would urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A27 amendment? Seeing none, a roll call was requested and a roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the A27 amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Fringe, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report that Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes yes.
And Senator Zhang votes aye. And how does Senator Fringe vote? Senator Jasinski, whenever you're ready.
Mr. President,
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
And Senator Johnson votes no. Senator Jasinski, were you going to say something again? Okay. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the A27 amendment is adopted. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Senator Draheim, who, as I understand, had to be in district today, I would like to offer the A17 amendment, which is a bipartisan amendment that Senator Draheim and I have worked on together.
Senator Westlin offers the A17 amendment. The secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Westlin moves to amend Senate File Number 4223 as follows. Page 1, after line 29, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Westlin to the A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular amendment this bill actually was sent to the floor as a standalone bill, but we want to make sure that it makes it over the finish line this year. Section 1 defines digital asset, and the remainder of this bill has to do with economic interest statements filed by members, and it does require that stock and option purchases and sales be reported, including digital assets. This is a transparency good governance bill, Mr. President, and I do want to thank Senator Draheim for leading the charge on this, and it's my pleasure to offer the amendment on his behalf today.
Any other discussion on the A17 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we move forward, Senator Westlin had a variety of measures that maybe polished off a couple of the rough edges. And one of the other issues, or there's been a common theme about the safety of public officials, and it is important with the events that occurred in this body and across the state. The A19 amendment, or I'm sorry, the A21 amendment is...
Senator Coran offers the A21 amendment. The secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend Senate File Number 4223 as follows. Page 33, line 10, before the insert A. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one of the changes around the safety and privacy of electeds and those that fall into these categories is that the removal of the address for electeds and donors and all those, all that Senator Westlin listed. But what it does, it removes those and hopefully will provide some safety and security. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't allow for a process to validate that a candidate is, that we can verify that they actually reside, not list an address within the political boundary or in the district for which they have applied. And so what this amendment does is at least looks at how can we get that, and who needs that information? Should it be publicly disclosed? No. But what this amendment does is it allows for the address to be provided, which is filed through their affidavit for candidacy, to each leader the leader of each major political party caucus within the House of Representatives and the Senate. Of course, as a condition of receiving this access, a major political party caucus leader must agree to use the data only for the official purposes and must not further distribute or publish the address for any purpose. The reason our process works here as far as campaign finance and disclosures and all of those things is those who have the greatest interest in it police itself, right? All parties police themselves, and the transparency is required. If you look back in history, we just have to go back. 2016, my state representative, Representative Barrett, was kicked off the ballot in August, right prior to the election. We look at, I'm not quite sure the years, but Representative John Thompson, I'm not sure we knew which state he lived in, or the multiple addresses, if any, in the state of Minnesota. And then just as recently as 2024, we had, I believe, Curtis Johnson, the candidate, was removed from the ballot or deemed ineligible post-election. And so we need to figure out what a process is. I think this is a common sense approach. I don't believe, we've had conversation, I don't believe designating an agency to do such is because that agency will have no interest in resolving that issue for those, because they're not elected and they're not on either side of the election process. And so, Mr. President, what this does is it really moves and allows at least some access for a very limited purpose, for the purpose of guaranteeing the person actually lives and occupies the residency for which they've declared for election purposes. So, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call and encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westlin to the A21.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I am at this time going to request a no vote on this particular amendment, Mr. President and members. Right now, the language that's offered really just offers no specific definition of when it says it can only be used for official business and cannot be distributed. It really does not define what that means. And there's probably no reason for caucus leaders to have the street addresses for candidates for the other body or for every candidate in Minnesota, including local candidates. I think that the verification of addresses is important. It happens at the Secretary of State's office, and our bill does provide for confirmation of candidate and verification of candidate addresses. I am requesting a no vote on this, but if Senator Cran would like to continue to work on this in the interim and next year, I'd be happy to do so.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to speak in favor of Senator Curran's A21 amendment. And members, it's very simple. The people of Minnesota will be smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. If you have a situation where a candidate from one particular party does not meet the requirements of eligibility to run for office in his district, and gets removed by a judge and invalidates that election, and then that very party then goes in that next legislative cycle to remove the ability for people to check and double check the eligibility of the candidates running in that office, how's that going to look to the people of Minnesota? The old system that we had in place was perfectly fine. It worked well. It had both sides checking the other side to make sure we were accountable and accessible and within the bounds of the law. And as we've clearly pointed out, there have been examples on both sides where someone has gone astray of the law and gotten invalidated by a judge, and the system and the process has worked. And now it's just been incredulous that we went through this committee hearing saying we're going to remove all this information. There is no way to validly check to make sure that candidates running for office are actually living within the districts that they are running for in accordance with state law. And so in the first place, we want to keep the law as it is because it has worked well. In the alternative, Senator Curran has come up
with a perfectly acceptable method to make sure that all of the boxes that we need to check get checked. And that's to make sure that the caucus leaders are getting the lists of candidates for those particular races. And I believe that that's the intent. We're not here for each caucus leader to get everybody in the state of Minnesota, but we need some level of accessibility and accountability. And the author of the bill just said, I have no idea why caucus leaders need the candidate addresses of the other party. Well, I sure do. It's to make sure that the sides can adequately keep each other in check and within the bounds of the law. And that's why, if this plan goes through, my address can get submitted to the caucus leader of the opposing party here in this chamber, where she can continue to verify that I have lived in the district that I have lived at and been in my same house that I have lived in for a number of years. We just had the talk about we need good governance pieces in this bill, and this goes completely opposite. It will embolden people to hide and be able to skirt the bounds of eligibility under the law to run for districts that they are not eligible in. This is an easy green vote, members. This is still going backwards from the status quo law that we have today, which is perfectly good and acceptable. And this is an easily acceptable alternative to make sure that we have some enforcement mechanism to make sure our candidates and our elected officials stay within the laws of eligibility. Please vote green, members.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Westlin yield?
Senator Westlin, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westlin, I understand you have some issues with Senator Cran's amendment itself, but I believe you said that the Secretary of State would verify the address of candidates, and I'm assuming that the Secretary of State would take the address that's listed and confirm that it's in the district of the office that they're running for. But beyond that, what would the Secretary of State do in terms of making sure that the candidate actually resides in the district, in the office for which they're running in compliance with the law?
Senator Westlin, to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Kroon. People should understand that the current bill, the status quo is this. Candidates already can have their addresses made private for safety reasons, and that is expanded by this bill, but that is a currently allowed practice. We have processes in place that require candidates to show proof of residency when they register to vote, and we also require OSS to certify and verify addresses are in district if the candidate does make it private. So if a candidate makes their address private, the Office of the Secretary of State does verify that the address is in the district.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westlin. The problem is I didn't hear that the Secretary of State's going to do anything beyond look at the address and verify that it's in the district. And what this bill does, without this amendment going on, is it would make it so that any candidate filing for office can keep their address private. And I understand there's good reasons for that, and I want to be very sensitive to that issue. And I would actually agree something should be done on this issue. But the problem is if the Secretary of State is the only person that knows the person's address, they're not going to do anything to make sure that the person actually is residing in that address in compliance with the law. And maybe it shouldn't be up to the way it is now with private citizens. I don't know what the right answer is, but you have to have, if you're going to allow candidates to make their information private, there has to be an enforcement mechanism in conjunction with that to make sure that the candidates are living where they say they're living and making sure that they're complying with the law. And I don't see, once this law gives them the ability to keep all of their information private, I'm not seeing any practical way of enforcing the law. Because the Secretary of State, number one, is a partisan position. So right off the bat, that should not be the office where any enforcement is done. And number two, I don't see that they're going to do any enforcement or any significant investigation of any meaning. So, you know, is Senator Cran's amendment perfect? I don't know. There's probably a lot of different ways you could do it, but we have to have some accountability, some way that we verify that people are complying with the law when they run for office. So I would support Senator Cran's amendment.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I think this is an important conversation. I have concerns with this amendment, and so we'll be voting against it. I want to be clear that we do have processes in place. When candidates file for office, they must submit proof of residency when they do so. And we actually, in the last year or two, have enhanced processes to be sure that the Office of the Secretary of State is doing that as well. And so we have made progress on this front already. And it is currently true that candidates can make their addresses private. That can happen right now. And so, you know, happy to continue working on this language, but I don't think this is ready as it stands. For one, as was mentioned, it says that, you know, can be used for official business. There's no definition of what that means. And also, you know, it was said, well, you know, we're not looking to have the, you know, names and addresses and information for every candidate across the state, even local ones, but that's what this amendment does. And so I would say, you know, worthy of a conversation. We could continue to work on it, but this language is not ready.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I am intrigued by this conversation. I've been listening, and I'm even further intrigued by the remarks of Senator Bolden, so I'm wondering if she would yield for a question, just so I can understand.
Senator Bolden, will you yield? Senator Bolden, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero?
Thank you, Senator Bolden. Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Bolden. So you just said that we currently have processes in place and that there have been some changes or enhancements to those. So can you detail what have been, and you said those changes and enhancements have happened in the last year or two. Can you please detail what some of those enhancements have been and who enacted those enhancements? Was it at the state level, county level? Where do those enhancements come from?
Senator Bowden to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. This body has made some of those enhancements. In the last couple of years, the Elections Committee and our omnibus bills have put in place additional safeguards and additional processes to ensure that we have systems in place to be sure, as I said, both when candidates file to run to office, they submit proof of residency, and the Secretary of State's office has processes in place to do that as well.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bolden. So in the very last election, we had a candidate in the Roseville area run who did not live in the district of which he ran for. I'm wondering if the processes have been changed after that. So sometime in the last 12 months, that would prohibit that again? Or are the processes that are in place today the same that existed then that allowed a candidate to run for an office of which the residency was not there?
Senator Bowden to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would draw members and Senator Lucero's attention to page 43 of the bill. Some of these provisions were passed last year in 2005, in particular 43.18, which is current law, which says when filing the affidavit, which is the affidavit to run for office, the candidate must present the filing officer with the candidate's valid driver's license or state identification card that contains the candidate's current address of residence, or documentation of proof of residence authorized for Election Day registration, and then it continues. And so, again, there are other provisions there. We do have systems in place to be sure that we are verifying residency when people file for office.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the discrepancy that we're hearing here is the remarks that Senator Bolden made, which caused me to stand. She said that the Secretary of State has this process to verify residency. And now she just points to some language in the bill that, from what I heard her just say, is that it's going to be somebody at the local level who's ever receiving the application to file is supposed to do this verification. That's the problem here, Mr. President. It's all over the board. It's wishy-washy. It lacks the integrity and the confidence that Minnesotans should have. There is not a clear process, and that's why the Koran Amendment is before us, to help bring that certainty, that confidence that we should have. So for that reason, as was clearly demonstrated, the current processes are not there, and we need to support the Koran Amendment. Thank you.
The last voice we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Koran. I just want to make sure there's no one else that wants to be recognized, because once he's recognized, he will be the last voice we hear. Senator Westlin.
Only to correct the record, it was pointed out to me that I misspoke earlier, and Senator Bolden did correct that. But we've just had a lengthy discussion on it. We'll leave it at that.
Senator Koran, you'll be the last voice we hear.
Thank you,
before we
Mr.
vote.
President, and thanks for the robust discussion. At the end of the day, the candidate for affidavit for candidacy was that promise that you lived in that district. That's been the same since 2016, essentially. And so the Secretary of State has no responsibility, nor is it defined in any laws that have changed since 2024 election, that the Secretary of State or anyone has the responsibility to actually verify, not that an address exists, which was filed on a candidate's affidavit in that political district, but that the candidate actually lives in the district. That's the issue. So all of this, it sounds great, and none of what's been discussed has defined that a process exists. That's about accountability. That's about verifying, and it took a court process, a judicial process, both in the Barrett as well as the Curtis Johnson case, that they had to go out and prove because the person was less than truthful on their affidavit. That's what we're getting at. Nothing here prevents that. In fact, what it does now is, without this amendment, provides a clear path that you can live anywhere as long as you put an affidavit, a proper address on the affidavit. That doesn't bode well for transparency, and it doesn't bode well for the trust of the voters in this state. I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A21 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Thank you.
Senator Lang, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And Senator Jasinski votes aye. Senator Friends, are you standing for a reason? Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report a vote for Senator Murphy of no.
Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Hoffman, are you voting? All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A21 amendment is not adopted. Senator Koran, for your next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A19 amendment to Senate File 4223.
Senator Koran offers the A19 amendment. The Secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Koran moves to amend Senate File number 4223 as follows. Page 48 after line 15, insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Koran to your A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a fairly straightforward bill, getting towards transparency, trying to build a statewide voter registration database that only includes eligible voters on a continuous basis. What this amendment does is removes the requirement to remove deceased voters. The county auditor must remove the voter from the statewide voter registration system after changing the voter status to deceased. And then the second piece of it is also, there's a retroactive piece that the county auditor must also remove all voters with the deceased status from the statewide voter registration system by June 1st, 2027. Mr. President, this goes back to the trust and transparency. We need to make sure and guarantee that everyone that's responsible for elections works hard and diligently to make sure that only eligible people reside on the statewide voter registration database. Thank you. And I request a roll call and encourage a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Curran. This sounds great, but this amendment would actually weaken Minnesota's strong election system, and here's why. Currently, voters are flagged as deceased and no longer appear on rosters or other lists of active voters when they are matched with a record of deaths from Social Security or from the Minnesota Department of Health. Counties also flag records as deceased when they see obituaries or receive written notice from another registered voters. By flagging those in the record as deceased and having it no longer appear on voter lists is a better way to address this than removing the record from the database altogether. Currently, if a person tried to register as someone who had died, the county auditor would search for them in the database and see their record is flagged as deceased, which would raise, of course, other questions. If the record's removed entirely and someone tried to register using their information, there wouldn't be anything in the system to flag the new registration as questionable. This is actually not going to solve the problem. It will make it worse. And for all of those reasons, Mr. President, I encourage a no vote.
Any other discussion on the 819 before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, unbelievable what I just think I heard. This amendment is the common sense of all common sense that we should be able to agree, Republicans and Democrats, to remove dead people from the voter rolls. And we just heard the Democrat author argue against adopting this amendment. Members, if we can't agree on dead people shouldn't be voting in our elections, we have got serious problems with our elections. And I'm very dismayed to hear the Democrat author just urge members to vote no on such a common sense amendment that we remove dead people from our voter rolls here in Minnesota. That totally defies common sense. I don't know if the Democrat Party has gone bonkers or what, but we should be able to agree that dead people don't vote and shouldn't be on Minnesota voter rolls. Vote yes on this amendment.
Members, any other discussion on the 819 amendment before I go to the author of the amendment, and then we'll vote? Senator Curran, you're the last voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think Senator Westrom hit it right. It's a common sense process. If we can't guarantee or agree we should remove deceased people at the soonest possible opportunity. But what this is really is a culmination of having access removed. We just talked about addresses. And having access and accountability, each interested party policing the other. Voter rolls were no different. Up until about, 2008, we had an election, and that current Secretary of State also then chose to change some of that accessibility. Come 2010, right, voter rolls were always accessible, but what data was accessible changed. And so when the voter status was now then deemed arbitrarily by a Secretary of State that the voter status was no longer public data, it was the single element that allowed over time individual validation of somebody's voting record or history. We don't know how they vote, people, but we had access that we could police, much like campaign finance. All interested parties have a desire to make sure all people who are eligible have the opportunity to vote. And we had the ability to verify it. Maybe not in that particular election cycle, since we don't have provisional ballots or anything, But in subsequent ones, if somebody voted in a subsequent election which had an invalid voter status, now that's been deemed, multiple lawsuits later, it's been deemed now the Secretary of State is godlike in the ability to define what is public data and what isn't. Add in, right, that now we provide Minnesota legal resident IDs to all non-residents of the state with driving privileges, along with motor voter, which I actually am not opposed to, but I'm opposed to it because there's no transparency that we can guarantee, nor has any transparency been provided that those processes actually work. So, Mr. President, this is a tiny little sliver of what is a common sense approach to how do we get some integrity, even if it's small, into the trust of the citizens who want to vote and ensure that their vote isn't taken by somebody ineligible. I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add that Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A19 amendment is not adopted. Senator Coran, you have another amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to move the A20 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend Senate File Number 4223 as follows. Page 48, after line 15, insert. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Coran, to your A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this amendment does is really looks after validation of the voter information for those who request absentee ballots, and prior to the ballot actually being mailed out, that it requires verification. So the first part of the changes on on 225, it really creates, and until 233, requires the Secretary of State to create a website where our counties can go out and validate, prior to sending out the absentee ballots, that they meet all of the appropriate information to determine that they are a legitimate voter with all the appropriate information being met on the application for the absentee ballot. Then on the latter page, on page 331, then requires the counties to actually execute and utilize that database and verify that the information is valid prior to sending out the absentee ballot. And so with that, Mr. President, we know across the country and right here in Minnesota, we know people that aren't supposed to be registered end up on the list. We have right here, Morris Brown is a prime example. For the most glaring is that hundreds of fake voters were registered as a part of the federal voter registration fraud case last year. Those fake voters were only caught because of a diligent clerk in Carver County. And over a dozen other counties nor a dozen other counties or the Secretary of State didn't catch the problem. Given that up until last year, the permanent absentee ballot sign-up was on the voter registration card rather than on the absentee ballot application, there could be other fake voters out there that signed up, and we never had the ability to verify them nor required them to do so prior to mailing out the application. It's another step, again, to try and provide some transparency and validation that only eligible people reside on the statewide voter registration database and that they can vote. And Mr. President, with that, I would encourage a green vote and request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Curran yield for a question?
Senator Curran, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westlin.
Senator Curran, I have a sneaking suspicion that there's probably a fiscal impact on this. Have you requested a fiscal note?
Senator Curran, to the question.
Sorry, Mr. President. Could Senator Westlin repeat that question, please?
Senator Westlin.
Mr. President, sorry, Senator Curran. Went very fast. Have you requested a fiscal note on this provision?
Senator Curran.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, my hearing must be out. Did you say request a fiscal note?
Yes, she says, did you request a fiscal note?
Mr. President, Senator Westlin, I did not request a fiscal note. But we did have that bill. I believe that bill was, I think that bill was 4081. And, you know, we didn't get a chance to hear it in committee. We could have had a further detailed conversation at that point. The Secretary of State, there may be a cost, but I believe this is a good measure that we must move forward to try and restore trust in this election process. Our ability to verify or to have great trust, which is highlighted every year with no underlying proof besides the Secretary of State said so. This is another element to go out and verify. Absentee ballots, it's a favored application or opportunity for many. But what we don't have in that process is we don't have all the checks and verification that we do on those who vote on the end of election season day, and it's on purpose. We don't have transparency, access, chain of control, command. We've changed a few of those things, but at the end of the day, most of the oversight does not apply to absentee ballot process. This is one step to guarantee it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the response, Senator Curran. It does have a fiscal note, and just as a reminder to members, the Elections Committee does not have a budget bill this year. I think we should not be passing bills that would be, shall we say, unfunded mandates. My other comments to the substance of the bill, Mr. President and members, is that we literally have hundreds of thousands of people in Minnesota across both parties that vote by mail. And in fact, 45% of the voters in Senator Johnson's district vote by mail, 31% in Senator Weber's, 28% in Senator Westrom's, 27% in Senator Green's, 26% in Senator Draheim's. We already do verify through Social Security number or driver's license in this process, and this would really just create an unnecessary barrier for people who vote by mail, particularly in some districts where they predominantly vote by mail, all of which I believe are red districts. This would disenfranchise seniors and others. And so for all of these reasons, including the fact that this costs money and we don't have money, Mr. President, I am requesting a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, when we talk about the integrity, we just want to make sure everybody is eligible to vote. And when you're on a permanent absentee ballot, it's good for the year you've applied for it, and we need it verified. Over time, we need continued checks to ensure that ballots only go to eligible households. Thank you, Mr. President, and I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A20 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the A20 amendment is not adopted. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to offer the A29 amendment.
Senator Liskey offers the A29 amendment. The secretary will report the A29 amendment.
Senator Liskey moves to amend Senate File Number 4223 as follows. Page 25, after line 3, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Liskey.
Mr. President, I see a smile on your face, and I am hoping that's a good smile, as I'm looking forward to a green vote from everybody. I'm going to ask for a roll call before I describe it.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment here would offer a much stronger definition as to, instead of leaning on corporations to make rules on what we can and can't do, we will police our own body and police our own candidates. This will make it so that we are not allowed to bet on any future elections that we may be participating in, and or any other candidates for that matter. So with that, I urge a green vote. I appreciate the apology from my colleague from Mendota Heights, and I think that will allow us to all support this because then there will be no confusion about what the rules are going forward.
Senator Westlin to the A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there are others who want to comment, I need just a minute more on this amendment, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I'd like to just talk to a nonpartisan for a moment.
I'll certainly give you that time. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Liskey, for giving me a minute. I just wanted to make sure I fully understood it before I commented, and I do view this as a friendly amendment.
You still want a roll call vote? All right, here we go. The secretary will take the roll on the A29 amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the A29 amendment is adopted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I offer the A18 amendment.
Senator Westrom offers the A18 amendment. The secretary will report the A18 amendment. Members, just so that you know, this A18 is a pretty big amendment, and so if you want to look online, that is the best place for you to find it as opposed to us copying it. Senator Westrom, to your A18.
You still need to report it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Westrom, I'm sorry, we need to report it. I gave a little explanation before he reported it. The secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend Senate File number 4223 as follows. Page 60, after line 5, insert. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Westrom, now on to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge you to support this common sense election reform amendment in front of us. It's a bill I've introduced known as the Save Minnesota Act. But members, it is filled with common sense provisions for our elections that most citizens want to see in our state. They want us to make sure we have secure elections, transparent elections. They want it easy to vote but hard to cheat. And that's what this amendment does. Members, there's 4 key sections to this amendment. The first part, requiring voter ID in our state to match who you say you are when you go to vote. If you're on the voter registration, you just match with the ID. And this is common sense that has been adopted in many other states. Secondly, if you're going to register to vote and you're not on the rolls, you need to bring documents to certify that you are an American citizen, a legal citizen to vote in our elections. And if you don't have some of these documents or an ID, this amendment would give provisions to make those available for free. The next provision, members, is common sense of common sense. Provisional ballot. Provisional ballots in Minnesota. So if you do register same day and you don't have the correct documentation, we don't throw that ballot into the same box as every other ballot that's got voters on the registration roll. We put it in a provisional ballot box and give you a week to get the documents back to the auditor's office to confirm you are who you say you are, you live where you say you live, and you're an eligible voter in Minnesota. We're one of only about 2 states left that do not have provisional ballots. Why the Democrats and our Democrat Secretary of State fight this so hard makes me suspicious. And it ought to make all of us suspicious, because it can't become more simple than having provisional ballots. So if somebody votes last minute, same day, doesn't have the correct documentation to prove they live where they are voting and they're eligible to vote, put it in the provisional ballot and not mix it and commingle it with all the other legitimate ballots. Because when you find out a ballot is illegal or not authorized, you can't pull it out once you put it into the box. That's the stupidity of the Minnesota election system that the Secretary of State continues to fight for and refuses provisional ballots. We are the legislature. We need to take that control. We need to take that seriously, because our Secretary of State doesn't and hasn't for years. So that's the third provision, provisional ballots, members. Straightforward, common sense. If you don't have all the correct documentations, we're not going to throw your ballot in among all the others. And if it's a fraudulent ballot, if it's an illegal ballot, there's no way to pull it out in our current system. Members, think about a pail of minnows. And if you've got 2 pails of minnows and one you need to keep separate from the other, but in our election system, we mix minnows from the bucket of provisional ballots in with the bucket of approved minnows. And there's not a one of you that could find the minnow from the provisional bucket in the approved bucket once you throw those minnows in there. That's what our ballot system is like in Minnesota, because we don't have provisional ballots for last day registers to vote. And so we just say, oh, we'll throw them in together and hope we find them later. Members, that is nonsense. And lastly, this amendment directs the county auditors and our Secretary of State to continue and be diligent about cleaning up our voting rolls and removing anybody that's not a citizen that is on a voting roll. That they proactively do that. Because we do have cases of people that are on our voting rolls, get to vote, and we don't have an active way removing them. And we want to clean up our voting rolls. We want to make it easy to vote, hard to cheat. And so these common sense provisions to our election laws here in Minnesota will help secure our elections and bring confidence back to everybody voting that's legitimate. Because not any of us want our votes tarnished or deleted because somebody committed fraud in our election system, and we either ignored it, as it seems like the Democrats continue to do, or we want to allow it because maybe it favors somebody. No. We want elections to be fair. We want the outcome to be believable and accurate, no matter who wins the game. And so, members, this amendment brings that common sense into our election laws here in Minnesota. It updates us so we're more consistent with what many other states do, but above all, brings back election integrity, making it easy to vote, hard to cheat. And lastly, Mr. President, before some of you jump up and say, oh, this never happens in Minnesota. Oh, we don't have fraud in Minnesota, as the Democrats continue to say. We just saw them vote down a common sense amendment to say, let's at least agree to remove dead people from our voter rolls. Democrats can't even agree with that. But members, I handed out an article just last week. We had another election fraud prosecution in Minnesota, Fillmore County. Our state election laws could be a little blamed for that because it was a non-citizen that voted in 2024. Fillmore County, he just was charged last week. The article came out. Somebody from over in another country, living here, came in under Minnesota's laws to get a driver's license. And the state sent him out a registration card, sent it in 2023. The state didn't catch it. The auditors didn't catch it. He voted in 2024. Folks, don't say it doesn't happen here. It's right on your desk. Fresh off the press. And that's the ones we catch. It took 2 years for this one to get caught. But it was the Minnesota registration card he was sent that he should have never been sent in the first place. That's how archaic our Minnesota voter laws are. And so I hope the Democrats will have an epiphany today and say, you know what, it's time to clean up our voter laws and make them more secure. Members, I urge a green vote. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Westrom. Well, first, let's talk about process, which is the thing we love to talk about. This bill, this almost 70 page bill, was dropped on April 21st, it appears, or the amendment in any event was prepared. I think the bill was dropped last week. It has certainly not gone through the committee process, and most importantly, I'm pretty sure this bill contains a whole bunch of expenses that have not been accounted for. Again, we do not have a budget bill for the Elections Committee, and this bill is going to cost a lot of money. But I would say, Mr. President, on the merits of this bill, I would call this the Suppressing Americans from Voting Act, because that is what it does. Over 85% of Minnesotans don't have an enhanced ID that shows citizenship. Regular ID is not sufficient. 45% of Minnesotans don't have valid passports, and getting one can take months. Provisional ballots. This amendment provides for provision of ballots to voters who can't provide documentary proof. They're going to sign a sworn statement that they're eligible, cast a provisional ballot, and then within 7 days, they have to come back to City Hall and either have to show documents or they're just going to sign that same oath again. Let's talk about disenfranchisement. We currently allow veterans to use veteran IDs for same-day registration. This amendment does not. And if that is that person's only ID, they could lose their ability to vote. We allow students to use student IDs for same-day registration with a bill, but this amendment does not. We currently allow tribal band members to use tribal IDs from Minnesota tribes for same-day registration as standalone documents if it has their address on it. This bill would not allow that. Many Native elders who were born at home on tribal lands lack birth certificates. Let's talk about some voter stories. We heard from a constituent, Rochester, who's the daughter from a military family that has faced threats from ICE. Her legal name does not match her birth certificate after leaving an abusive marriage, and this bill would prevent her from voting, despite having voted for 30 years. A senior in East Grand Forks who has voted in every Minnesota election for decades and recently remarried would now suddenly be unable to vote due to the barriers imposed by this amendment. An individual who's born on military base and who has trouble accessing their original birth certificate could be rejected when registering to vote. This happened to an individual in Kansas after they instituted their proof of citizenship requirement. A veteran who only uses a veteran ID would now find that is no longer sufficient to register to vote. A senior in an assisted living facility whose ID has expired would have their voice silenced by this bill if they were not able to get a new government-issued ID in time, which can take weeks and meaningful cost. This bill suppresses the voices of Minnesotans in so many ways, Mr. President and members. It is hard for me to go through all of the instances of why this bill is a bad bill. This is a bad bill. A green vote on this bill is a vote to suppress and interfere with the rights of Minnesotans to vote, and a red vote, a no vote on this bill, is a vote to support the right of Minnesotans to exercise their constitutional right to vote. This is a bad bill.
And just for clarity, members, we are on the A18 amendment, just for clarity. So we'll make sure that folks are clear about that now. We will go to Senator Holmstrom.
Mr. President, members, I just heard a lengthy argument against the Save Minnesota Act. And this argument started with the idea that this bill would spend money, or this amendment would cost money. I think Minnesotans are okay spending a little bit of money to make sure that our elections are secure. There was an insinuation that this may not be a massive problem in Minnesota. Well, we know that Rep. Altendorf from the House received information, actually got much of the voter rolls from Hennepin County, and saw that unrealistically high numbers of voters were over 100 years old, or 500 in one precinct. That thousands of voters were missing registered data. Some were missing addresses. And that in one precinct by Cedar Riverside, there was 21.6% of registrations challenged. We need the Save Minnesota Act. There is no question our voter rolls are messy. Our voter rolls are causing voter fraud in Minnesota, or at least allowing it. There was an argument that many people don't have a qualified ID. They don't have passports. Well, this amendment allows for that. It actually gives a path with hardship to receive those documents, or at least a qualified ID, for free. Well, there's an argument that student IDs and tribal IDs would no longer be sufficient for same-day registration. Good. That makes sense. If you want to vote in a Minnesota election, you should have an ID that verifies who you are from the state of which you want to vote, not a separate entity. Then we get to the idea that people will be disenfranchised by this amendment. The only people who will be disenfranchised by this amendment, the only people that will be disenfranchised are people who are not eligible to vote. Every single Minnesotan will be able to vote. Every single Minnesotan will be able to obtain the documents that they need. Every legal citizen. However, what the Save Minnesota Act is going to do is stop illegal immigrants and people who do not live in Minnesota from voting in our elections. We have a serious problem here. It is a national news story, one of many that puts Minnesota in the headlines. I ask for your green vote on this, but I expect to see 34 red votes, because the party that will vote red against the Save Minnesota Act is the same party that just voted unanimously to stop us from taking all of the dead people in Minnesota off of our voter rolls. Imagine my surprise at who will benefit from the failure of this act to move forward. Show some courage. Vote to protect Minnesotans' rights and voter integrity.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesota's voter integrity laws are absurd. They're absent integrity. In fact, Minnesota election laws enacted by Democrats favor fraudsters and those that want to scam the system. If we were to use the same laws that are on the books right now for our voting and apply them to other circumstances in our life, people would not stand for it. Example, if you were to walk into your bank and say, I'm going to vouch for this person, they are who they claim to be, even though there's no proof, no documentation, I'm just going to vouch for them, and based on that vouching, I want you to give them access to the bank account. They would be thrown out of the bank. If a person were to walk in and say, you know what? I'm not even going to give you an address. I'm just going to describe where they live. They live down by the river under the tree. And I want you to give them a bank account based on that information. They would be laughed out of the bank. Minnesota election laws are exactly that. They allow people who are scammers and fraudsters to gain access to the system and cast fraudulent votes which disenfranchise lawful citizens casting their vote. It dilutes lawful votes. But the Democrats are all in favor of these laws, allowing these fraudsters and scammers, because they don't actually want to uphold integrity. I also find it very ironic. There are multiple headlines in recent months and years in Minnesota and around the country of Democrats upset and demanding ID for people that they suspected were not eligible for attending Democrat conventions. So when people come in, these fraudsters and scammers, to Democrat conventions and potentially change the outcomes, Democrats are up in arms and they demand authentication, they demand integrity when it impacts their own conventions, but not when it comes to Minnesota's elections. Lastly, I find it further ironic, but not an accident, it's by design. I listened, Mr. President, to Senator Westlin twice, and I wrote this down. Republicans are trying to stop Americans from voting, and she would rename the Westrom Amendment the Suppress Americans from Voting Act. The reality is, Republicans are in favor of United States citizens voting, whereas Americans, as Senator Westrom is well aware, can include South America, Central America, Mexico, Canada, people that might be Americans, but they're not United States citizens. So Democrats are in favor of allowing people who are not citizens to vote, illegal immigrants, whereas Republicans are standing for integrity and ensuring that only United States citizens can vote. That is the difference between a red vote and a green vote. A green vote stands for integrity and upholds lawful citizens to vote. A red vote discards integrity and dismisses ensuring that only citizens are voting. Vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we are hearing a lot of things on the floor here today, not of all which have been true. I wonder if Senator Lucero would yield for a question.
Senator Lucero, will you yield?
I love yielding for questions from Democrats.
Senator Lucero, all I need for you to do is nod when I ask the question and not speak into the mic at that time. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, when we were on this floor together in 2003 debating the Democracy for the People Act, you said, quote, democracies are terrible. I'm wondering if you still hold that view.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that's become very clear is that Democrats don't recognize that we live in a constitutional republic. Democracies are simply 50% plus one. Let's examine the dangers of that. Right and wrong is not established by having a simple majority. Right and wrong is established by our Creator. Our Declaration of Independence says, all men are created equal, with certain unalienable rights, endowed by their Creator. And these rights come from the Creator and is what defines right and wrong. And our founding fathers understood this truth, having come from an oppressive tyranny that they were living under. And they sought to found a new nation that recognized unalienable rights. And among those unalienable rights, it's not an exhaustive list, is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And in the Bill of Rights, in the Constitution, we have voting. We have voting. That the people are empowered to elect their own representatives. But the people, the citizens, should be casting those votes. Not illegals, not scammers, not fraudsters, which is what Democrats have allowed. History is replete with examples of tyrants, dictators, or institutions that they think that right and wrong morality is simply mob rule. If we can get 50% plus one of the group to say that XYZ is right, then therefore it is. And that is a violation of the founding of this country. It is a violation of unalienable rights. So I will stand proud and stand true and continue to defend the constitutional republic, and the flag for which it stands, that in this institution we begin each day recognizing and reciting the pledge. But yet, Democrat after Democrat after Democrat, whether it be in committee or whether it be on this floor, I've asked the question a number of times, and they refuse. They can't bring themselves to utter the words republic. Constitutional republic. They say democracy. Defend our democracy. But we're not a democracy. We're a republic. That's what I will defend. That is what the great men and women through the history of this country have defended. They're not defending mob rule or a tyranny of the majority over the minority. They're defending unalienable rights, and it is those unalienable rights that Democrats are violating by eroding election integrity. Hopefully that answers the question, Senator Bolden.
Senator Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to bring us back to the amendment and explain why I am a strong no vote on this. And we could talk for a long time about all of the reasons why that would be. But I want to focus on the disenfranchisement, what this would cause and mean for voters in Minnesota. And you don't have to take my word for it. Let's hear the words from some other folks who have thoughts about this, like the Kansas Republican Secretary of State, who has opposed this idea after actually experiencing it. He said, and I quote, "Kansas did that 10 years ago. It didn't work out so well." Another quote from Mitch Pearlstein, who is founder emeritus of the Conservative Center for the American Experiment. He's acknowledged in an op-ed just earlier this week, and I quote, "Everything argued here is premised on the certifiable fact that claims of widespread voting fraud, be it absentee or otherwise, is a bunch of conspiratorial and deceitful nonsense." That's exactly what it is. There is no meaningful fraud. Our elections here in Minnesota are safe and secure, and I will stand up every day for our democracy, making sure that every eligible Minnesotan can cast their vote. This amendment is a mirror of what we are seeing in D.C., and we hear exactly the quote from them is that they want the right people to vote for the right people. And what that means is other people would not be able to vote. Hundreds of thousands of eligible voters would face new barriers under this amendment to voting and would be disenfranchised, including more than 1 million Minnesotans whose married names no longer match their birth certificates. And I want to just be clear that this amendment doesn't connect the dots between a birth certificate and a photo ID. It doesn't say anything about allowing marriage certificates or court documents to connect those dots. So if you happen to be one of the 1.2 married women in Minnesota whose name has changed, you're just out of luck. You just don't get to vote. That is not okay with me. That is not what we should be doing here. And so this puts up barrier after barrier after barrier. Normal real IDs would not suffice. Less than 15% of Minnesotans have a real ID marked with citizenship verification, and nearly half of Minnesotans don't have a passport. This bill also has so many problems with it, outside of the fact that we don't know how much it would cost. I'm not going to ask for another yield to the question, but I would be curious if a fiscal note was created for this bill. I don't believe it has been. We don't know how much it would cost. Again, we don't have money to be spent here in this bill. And so for a wide variety of reasons, I'm a strong no vote on this amendment.
Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of this amendment. And, you know, just a couple comments from things that have been said already rather than somebody asking somebody to yield. But understand that when our country was founded, it was the idea that we had God-given rights from the Judeo-Christian principle. That doesn't mean we don't want a law, everybody has to be a Christian, but our legal system and culture was founded on God-given rights that man should not be able to take away. And that's called the American experiment, and it's led to the greatest advancement in civilization in the history of this world. Now, we're not perfect, but when we trust man for our rights, man can take them away, and they do with a 51% vote. Now back to the amendment. Here are just a small list of things that you need in this state in order to have an ID. To purchase alcohol, 21 plus, you need an ID. Tobacco, to rent an apartment, to open a savings account or a bank account, which was already mentioned. Even to purchase cannabis, lottery tickets, gambling services, firearms, ammunition. I could go on and on. You can't get onto an airplane without an ID. And yet you can vote without an ID, one of the most precious things that we have in the state of Minnesota. You know, also, members, look at the polls nationally between Democrats, Republicans, and independents. It's somewhere between 70 and 90% of people support voter ID because we need to make sure that our elections have integrity. And members, we do have danger. When you let 10 to 12 million unvetted illegal immigrants into this country that flood our states, there's a large chance of cheating. And there's people in key positions that said if you oppose a voter ID, you support cheating. That's what's going on. And, you know, we can have allegations back and forth about this, okay? But here's the key. If we pass voter ID, it will lower the temperature of disagreement on this. And I think we should all be for that. Lowering the temperature rather than blocking a verifiable way to prove that you're a citizen and that where you live and that you're legally ready to vote. So members, I know there's questions about, well, the ID is going to be free, number one. Number two, in his amendment. Number two, let's add this to the bill to bring it to conference committee and let them sort it out. Members, a red vote supports cheating. A green vote supports integrity in our elections. We want every legal citizen that's eligible to vote. But we don't want people who are not eligible to vote. And yet the current system seems to allow a lot of abuse in that particular area. Please exercise your God-given right, vote green, and let's protect the integrity of our election system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Westlin would yield for a question.
Senator Westlin, will you yield? He will yield.
Westlin.
Westlin, I'm sorry. I thought you said Westrum. Sorry about that. My apologies. Senator Westrum, Westlin, will you yield? She will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will articulate, although I won't yell into the microphone since we are, in fact, holding microphones, and this does amplify the voice. We don't have to yell, members. Mr. President, my question for Senator Westlin is the following. My father-in-law just recently found out that his legal first name on his birth certificate is Baby Boy. He doesn't have a passport or a real ID. If this amendment was passed, Mr. President, would my father-in-law be able to vote in the November election?
Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, Senator Westrom and I are frequently mistaken for one another. But the answer to that question, Senator McQuaid, is no, he would not be able to vote.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Westlin would continue to yield.
Senator Westlin, will you continue to yield? She will. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westlin, my mother-in-law's legal name doesn't match the name on her birth certificate. She also doesn't have a passport. Would she be able to vote in the November election?
Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McQuaid. No, she would not.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Gustafson would yield for a question.
Senator Gustafson, will you yield? She will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gustafson, does your legal name match your birth certificate?
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. No, it does not.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Heinzman would yield for a question.
Senator Heinzman, will you yield? She will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Heinzman, does your legal name match your birth certificate?
Senator Heinzman, to the question.
It does not.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, senators, for asking or answering my questions. I think it's really important that we dial in to what this amendment, which is modeled after federal legislation, is attempting to do. There is a concerted, overt, very public movement in this country to disenfranchise women from the right to vote. There are groups that oppose women voting. In fact, the Secretary of Defense recently, just this year, retweeted a video of a bunch of pastors saying women shouldn't have the right to vote, members of the current administration. So of course, those of us who are married and have changed our last name, our names don't match our birth certificates anymore, and it is very, very obvious to me why the remediation efforts saying, oh, you can bring your marriage certificate aren't present in this amendment because they don't want married women to be voting. And it is obvious to me, while all of the little mistakes like baby boy Quaid, who is my legal father-in-law, my father-in-law's legal name, or my uncle who found out that there's an S added to the last name of him when he was filing for Social Security. These are normal mistakes that happen all of the time, but yes, let's disenfranchise those people because they don't have passports, which means they're probably people who don't travel internationally, which means they probably don't have a lot of money. So great that they can't vote. We have to be very, very clear about what is happening in this country. We are on a very fast descent to authoritarianism, and one of the fastest ways to get there is to make sure women cannot vote, and that women can't go to school, and that women have too many kids too early that they can't get an education. So absolutely do not vote for this amendment. If for no other reason, than for Senator Weber's two constituents, my in-laws, who wouldn't be able to vote in November if you pass it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with some of what I've heard my colleagues say about how we've heard a lot of information and how a lot of it has not been attached to reality. We're hearing a lot of the same tired arguments that we've tried to hear for many, many years. And members, they fall flat with the voters. Let me read to you from a bastion of conservatism and conservative thinking, NBC News. Well-renowned, oh wait, not for their conservative views, for their very, very clear, strong liberal views. They reported just a few weeks ago that consistent recent polling over many months from 2025 and this year in 2026 shows that 83% of U.S. adults support requiring all voters to show government-issued photo identification to vote. They reported that that includes 71% of self-identified Democrats, 83% of self-identified independents, 76% of African American voters. Members, people across the state of Minnesota and across this country on both sides of the aisle knows that we need to have basic standards in place. A photo identification is a very low hurdle to clear. And it has been astounding to me to hear that since there's been a push at the federal level, that the Democrat messaging has been to run around and tell people that they won't be eligible to vote any longer. Just astounding. Same party that wants to push and urge vote, 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 all the time, 46 days, pop-ups everywhere, get as many people out to vote. The messaging has switched to, nope, just plan on you won't be voting. It's amazing to me, I've mentioned this multiple times in the Elections Committee, there have frequently been claims that have been made that are easily disproven with about 15 seconds of a fact check. You know, it really is amazing when I can find information that disproves what an egregious claim is being made very easily before the speaker at the testifier table has even finished their remarks. And we had that again here today, here on this floor. We had this letter distributed by a supposed nonpartisan entity that actually pushes strong hyper-partisanship policy changes when it comes to elections under the guise of nonpartisanship. Senator Cran has a very good term for that he often uses in committee, that just repeat these same old talking points. All these IDs won't qualify. Well, guess what? I did a quick fact check and found out many of the IDs even mentioned here on the floor regarding tribal IDs and other different forms of federal IDs, they're included in what the SAVE Act and this amendment, the Save Minnesota Act, is trying to do. The marital name discrepancy, that's specifically given as states figure out a process to make sure that we connect the dots. The Republicans are ready to do that work because, members, we want every eligible voter in Minnesota to be able to vote. And a lot of Republican women and a lot of Republican married women are still planning to continue to vote just as they have been if the SAVE Act gets enacted. In fact, I heard one commentator say people might just have to ask their Republican friends for help on getting to vote, because that is what a lot of Minnesotans and a lot of Americans are planning to do. The rhetoric that you're hearing on this floor is going far afield of what even most Minnesotans and most Americans are supporting. And the polling showing strong support for voter identification continues to grow. The number has gone up to 86%, which is higher than a 77% threshold about 15 years ago. So the support for basic election security so that both sides can have a bigger standard of trust in the results and the process of an election continues to grow. And that's what this bill, this amendment that Senator Westrom has brought forward, has sought to do. So our message here is not going to be all these people just are going to be disenfranchised and won't vote. It will be, here are the standards that are in place, and then I bet a lot of people are going to help friends and neighbors make sure that they meet these requirements for being able to vote, which I'll say once again, 71% of self-identified Democrats support voter ID, 83% of independents, and over 90% of Republicans supporting what this amendment is standing for. Don't believe the rhetoric that gets easily disproven. Our goal is to make every eligible citizen in Minnesota be easy to vote and difficult to cheat. Members, please vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in Minnesota, we believe, as we've heard many times, it should be easy to vote and hard to cheat. 36 states already have laws on the books that require some sort of identification at the polls. In 2019, when I was on the Elections Committee, Secretary of State Simon testified that we have voter fraud every election. And members, every fraudulent vote cast disenfranchises a legitimate voter. We just recently saw from the legislative auditor in a report stating attestation alone is not a sufficient or effective fraud control. Members, this isn't about politics. It's about trust. We just recently heard from that Minnesotans support requiring an identification at the polls. It's a simple, common sense way to ensure that every vote counts. You know, we have to have an ID to buy certain prescriptions. We have to have an ID to open a bank account. You know, I recently had to show my driver's license to enter a government building and see an elected official. Members, don't you think our election system deserves that same amount of care? I'm voting for this amendment because I am committed to making voting secure, accessible, and fair to everyone. When people trust the process, they trust the results. And that is how we keep our republic strong. Thank you, Mr. President.
I was going to Senator Nelson, but I don't see her before I go to Senator Westrom, who will be the last voice that we hear from before we vote. Seeing that she's missing, Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support Senator Westrom's amendment, and I hope that we all can. Voting is too important. I was asked today, does my birth certificate match my current ID? No, it does not. But you know what? I believe in women. I believe that the women of Minnesota and myself are smart enough to get the proper documents to be able to verify our citizenship. Voting is too important. We must know that our vote counts. Every vote that is stolen brings distrust in our election system. Thank you, Senator Westrom, for bringing this forward. Currently, we have vouching for up to 8 people in Minnesota. I can walk in as a registered voter and say, these 8 people live here, and they have to believe me. And their ballot will go right in the same as anybody else's. Senator Westrom's amendment provides provisional ballots. Those ballots will be held back, as they should be, and verified. I've served as an election judge for many years, not currently, but in prior years. There is training, but they're regular people. They're not electeds. They're just people in our community that want to lend a helping hand with the election process. And mistakes are made. On my first time serving as an election judge, I was told that here is your assignment for today. All Republicans are scheduled in the morning. All Democrats are scheduled at night. I went back to my handbook. I said, that's not what was in the training manual. But had I not flagged it, it would have gone forward as is. I flagged it to our county, and they were able to call my head judge and fix the problem. I was present when incorrect ballots, I live in a township where 3 different school districts have their voting happen at our precinct. And the incorrect ballot was handed out by well-meaning election judges, and people that came in to cast their ballot did not ultimately have their vote cast because at the end of the day, the number of ballots didn't match the number of signatures, and we had to indiscriminately pull a certain number of ballots. I've had someone say, you know what? You told me I could vote at this location. It says on the Secretary of State's office, on the website, I can vote at this location, but this head judge is telling me that I cannot vote at this location. I pull it up. That particular election judge gets a call from the Secretary of State's office. Yes, she can in fact vote there, but you need to print out this special paper. We don't have a printer. My friend was unable to vote in that election in a place that she was supposed to be able to. It's a complicated process. This simplifies the process. It says you must prove citizenship. This amendment is reasonable, it's fair, and overdue, and it protects legal voters. It strengthens confidence in our elections and makes sure citizenship is not just required in theory, but verified in process. Thank you.
Senator Nelson has rejoined us. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I speak in favor of the amendment. And I want to tell you a little bit about my experience. As we have heard in some of the earlier discussions, there was this concern about women who have married and taken their husband's last name. So many of us have changed our names. And it is true, when I went to get my real ID, of course, I thought I was following all the directions, and I was, and I brought what I needed to take with me. But what I did not quite understand was the difference between the marriage license that the pastor or minister signed and the marriage license that was filed with the county in which we got married. So there was a little bit of hassle for me to get that marriage license from, in this case, Polk County, Iowa. But I'm going to tell you why I think that is important. And I am a little bit insulted when I hear people say that, oh, so many women will not have the right credentials to vote. Well, members, with the real ID, we should be doing everything in our power to make sure all Minnesotans have those needed documents or the real ID so they could fly. I want people to understand we should do what we can to make sure that women, in this case, who have changed their last names to take their husband's last name, are able to fly. And to just say that because the amendment before us requires notifications and identification, that suddenly that's wrong. I am insulted if we think we should not be concerned about women who don't have the necessary documents to fly. And so this is the world that we live in today. We know that you need a real ID, or you need to prove you are who you say you are and you live where you say you live in order to fly. You need it if you were to enter a federal building. You need it for a driver's license, except for in Minnesota. We have an exception that you don't, but in many places you do. We need it for financial things, for banking. We need it for cashing checks. I'm just saying we need it for many employment things, housing things. And so I think it's important. I do not accept the argument that the Westrom Amendment is harmful to Minnesotans. If Minnesotans do not have identification that will allow them to do all these things that are so important in today's world, then we should be concerned about that, and we should not vote against the Westrom Amendment because we don't support people. I mean, that's what it sounds like. We need to make sure all Minnesotans have access to the identification that they need to vote, and the identification that they need to fly and do all the other things that are so important in our world. I would encourage a yes vote on the Westrom Amendment.
Senator Westrom, you are the last voice that we hear before we vote. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for the great discussion. The discussion revolving around improving Minnesota election integrity and security so everybody's vote counts, that's legitimate. Let me respond to a few of these far afield comments that you heard. a birth certificate of a married person that is different would also have a marriage license, Senator McQuaid. That would be the document that would be coupled with the birth certificate. So you sort of were misleading to the Senate to indicate, oh, if the birth certificate didn't match, you wouldn't be able to vote. That's not true at all, members. The misinformation, the misleading, the gymnastics the Democrats have done on this floor to argue against protecting our elections is unbelievable. But maybe we shouldn't be so surprised, because the Democrats still ignore and have their head in the sand and really don't think we have a fraud problem in Minnesota. Yet most of the public listening, the Republicans here in the Senate, know there is a fraud problem of the $9 billion or more that has been discussed widely these past few months. But the Democrats still don't believe that. So of course it makes sense that they don't believe our elections would have fraud in them either. Senator Bolton tried to argue, well, if it's a little bit of fraud, it's okay, because there's this threshold of meaningful fraud and not meaningful fraud, that she was trying to justify fraud in our election systems. And so that's what the public needs to understand. They are hearing from Democrats. It's okay to have some fraud. It's no wonder they aren't taking the fiscal fraud in our state against the taxpayers serious, because they don't care about fraud. It seems to benefit them or fit their agenda or some other reason that we need to get to the bottom of, and why they resist so hard these common sense measures to bring election integrity through voter ID, certify you're a citizen, provisional ballots if you're registered the same day and aren't on the registration list, and having our Secretary of State and Auditor clean up the voter rolls constantly to remove illegal citizens or non-citizens from our voting rolls. That's the common sense we are talking about here with the Save Minnesota Voter Act. The Democrats are arguing and doing gymnastics to vote against it, to keep fraud in our election systems, because if they deny it's happening, then somehow it doesn't seem to happen. Kind of like the Quality Leering Center, the Somali daycares, with no students, but they're receiving millions of dollars from the taxpayer. If we bury our heads in the sand, like the Democrats, then somehow we'll pretend it goes away and it doesn't exist. That's what we're voting on here on the floor today. I'm glad we heard the sharp contrast between Democrats and Republicans. In Minnesota, you need to know the difference. And we're showing it bright light on display right here in the state Senate today. Every last Democrat that ignores and pretends there's not fraud in our elections, you'll see a red vote from the Democrats. Those that think there's a serious problem and we need to improve our election systems will be voting green. And I urge everybody here to vote green on the Save Minnesota Act, to root out fraud, root out ineligible voters from taking away your and my legitimate votes in our system. And all of the arguing from the Democrats to stop these fraud protection measures ought to go noticed by the public, by the media. And when it comes down to it, elections have consequences. And if we don't improve and secure our system, the state and the country are at stake, because we need legitimate legal citizens voting in our system. That's what this amendment will do. support the Save Minnesota Act, vote green on this amendment, and root out fraud in our election systems with this common sense.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A18 amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
One moment, please, Mr. President.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
And Senator Coleman votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 nays. The A18 amendment is not adopted. Seeing no additional amendments, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4223, a bill for an act relating to elections, modifying campaign finance reporting requirements.
Third reading. Anything before we go to vote? Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll put a bigger name tag up here for you. Mr. President, we have another election bill. We've had a little bit of bipartisan support, but the bill mostly misses, again, on so many pieces. So many of the areas were fixes from all of the last 3 election cycles, or 3 years of legislating, and again, not moving closer to transparency and accountability. We had a wide variety of increase in penalties and consequences with little to no proven business case, except for something might happen sometime in the future. That's not what we do. And some of the penalties were far more egregious than even some violent crimes. And so there seems to be a trend of some extraordinarily significant penalties with no business case to prove it. We haven't had one change to increase the transparency, accountability, access, to not just say we have great elections, but to be able to prove it. And for us to improve and verify, again, through transparency, I won't repeat what I said earlier, but that's how the system worked in the past. And we've just moved so far away from it that we can't have, sorry, Simon says it's good, or Simon says it's great. It just doesn't work that way. And so the key challenge that I see is we've had so many changes in the election law, and we still haven't standardized the oversight for what now is a pretty prevalent voting option, which is remote or absentee ballots or permanent absentee ballot, mail-in balloting. We still don't have the checks and balances that would be the equivalent of same-day voter or same-day voting or what we now call the end of election season day, we just don't have those. And there's been no interest to go through those and guarantee that not only are we doing, do we say it's great, but actually be able to prove that it's great. So we're no closer to that system, Mr. President. I look forward to the day when we actually can say, we want to expose, we want to have transparency in the system that's reflected through the people who run it, not only the counties that do the real hard work, but also in the Secretary of State's office. As you guys know, there was a data request, and I think there was some mention of testing, because so much of the transparency has been removed statutorily and through a very generous Supreme Court in Minnesota, that we were trying to exercise and test an element of state statute that guarantees or appears to grant at least legislators access to the voter rolls so we can do that independent validation with the information available. And so when that happened, some have seen it in the news, information was sent out to 4 counties. 3 of them didn't respond. 1 of them responded, and we received the information, and it was very telling. We'll learn more about that later. But the one thing that was very telling is when the Secretary of State, the person, the arbiter of trust in our elections, got involved or heard about it, he immediately then reclassified what is the master file for elections to name and address. That doesn't do much. But not only did he do that, he also then sent a letter to all 87 counties and said, do not comply. That's the person who's fighting for transparency in elections by removing every element of transparency that existed in the past, and or putting forth a process that there is some way that we can have it proven and provide access to people that need to know, the ability to hold everybody accountable. And so Secretary Simon, well, was that person, or that office used to be that person, but it is no longer. And so he got a very favorable Supreme Court ruling, and now we're further away from having an election system that truly is so trustworthy and so transparent that everyone trusts the results. And we don't have that today, Mr. President, and for that, I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to go on record thanking Senator Carlson. I think we're going to have another member to speak on his behalf in a matter of seconds, but Senator Westlin has nobly taken over the reins from one of our esteemed colleagues that had to step away for a little bit for health reasons, and I just want to thank Senator Westlin for her work. And if we can say anything about our great nation and our history of this wonderful nation, it's the evolution and of suffrage. And throughout the last 250 some years, every generation has done a little bit more to encourage suffrage, whether it was the 15th Amendment or the 19th Amendment or the 24th Amendment or the 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and all the legislation, like, for instance, the Civil Rights Act, that every single one of those measures said to the American people, you used to be excluded from this process of voting, and now we want to make you be part of this process. And whether you want to call it a democracy or a constitutional republic, I think we can all agree that this great nation is indebted to all our ancestors that believed with every fiber in their body that the honor of voting in this wonderful nation is paramount to our existence. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Senator Westlin, for your dedication to the increasing job of civics in our democracy.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we are doing our work this year, many Minnesotans are still afraid to leave their homes. The federal invasion has been targeting blue states for a reason, and voter suppression is clearly part of the Trump administration strategy. Voters are seeing a seemingly unending stream of lies coming from Trump and his billionaire allies, all with one goal in mind: to try and intimidate voters into staying home. At the same time, Minnesotans are focused on our democracy like never before. And it is more important than ever that we don't miss this opportunity to send a clear message to voters that democracy matters in Minnesota. Voters should see us fighting with them for things that matter most, including elections that are free, fair, and where everyone can have their voice heard. While bad actors are working to intimidate voters, with this bill, we are strengthening protections against voter suppression and election interference and ensuring that every Minnesotan can feel safe voting or running for office. While the Trump administration and MAGA Republicans are advancing the interests of billionaires and wealthy corporations, we are holding those same bad actors accountable by increasing transparency and accountability at all levels of government. While they are spreading disinformation to attack and dehumanize our friends and neighbors, we are making sure everyone can show up on Election Day without fear. While they ignore the Constitution, we are upholding it by making sure that no candidate who attempts to run for a third term for president will ever appear on a Minnesota ballot. While they are building barriers to the polls for seniors, veterans, members of tribal nations, and over 1.2 million women across our state, we are fighting to ensure that every Minnesotan can have their voice heard. The contrast could not be more clear. We have an opportunity with this bill. So let's stand for free and fair elections, let's stand for our democracy, and let's stand with the people of Minnesota. Vote yes.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm reading some remarks on behalf of Senator Carlson. Mr. President and members, thank you for allowing Senator Dibble to read these brief remarks to you today in my absence. I would like to thank Vice Chair Westlin for her willingness to step in and lead this committee, which allowed me to prioritize my health this session. I have missed being together with our members in the hearing room, but I am so grateful for the ability to participate remotely in our committee process. Minnesota has an election system to be proud of, with high voter turnout, secure processes, and a long tradition of civic participation. No matter what we look like or where we live in this great state, our communities are strongest when Minnesotans can freely exercise their right to vote. And just like voters consistently turn out to vote, this year we have seen Minnesotans standing up to protect and to support their neighbors, which includes fighting voter suppression and intimidation. Elections must reflect the will of the voters, and that can only happen when voters are able to freely cast their ballots without unconstitutional barriers or fear. This bill reflects that important commitment to the people, that we will not only protect their right to vote, we will protect their right to be free of intimidation, harassment, or interference when they are casting that vote, and that those who would try to do harm to the democratic process will face justice. We're also upholding basic tenets of the United States Constitution by ensuring that. As we hear daily, the President of the United States saying he's not joking about seeking a third unconstitutional term, this bill is protecting our ballots from candidates appearing who are not eligible to seek office. This is a strong bill that stands up for Minnesotans and our democracy, and I thank Senator Westlin for her leadership. It was one of the highest honors of my tenure to chair the Elections Committee. I am proud of the historic work we have done, like restoring the right to vote for 50,000 Minnesotans who have served their time establishing automatic voter registration, the voter fund, reforming lobbying reporting, protecting election workers and voters from intimidation, protecting against deepfakes to influence elections, and so much more. In addition to Senator Westlin, I also want to thank my committee administrator, Beth Frazier, my committee legislative assistant, Christy Blood, Senator Westlin's committee legislative administrator, Madeline Stankovic, DFL researcher Will Freeman, my media writer and former legislative assistant Selena Koster, and Senator Westlin's writer Ryan Featherstone for their work on this committee this session. I also want to thank Counsel Lexi Stengel and fiscal analyst Andrew Erickson for their sound guidance, and ranking member Senator Coran, his legislative assistant Melissa Field, and Republican researcher Tom Sheeta for their collaboration and service. Thank you. Please vote green. State Senator Jim Carlson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the conversation we had on the floor today. Before we vote, I do want to take a moment to remind everyone what is actually in the bill today. The bill before us provides protections against election intimidation and interference. It provides protections and transparency and disclosure requirements against conflicts of interest. There are requirements that candidates uphold the Constitution and other reforms that strengthen our democracy. What is not in this bill is anything that would make it harder for Minnesotans to vote. There's nothing in this bill that would increase costs or that would senselessly disenfranchise voters. And I hope that we can all agree that elections need to reflect the will of the voters. As has been said many times, voters should choose their elected officials, not the other way around. But that only happens when voters are able to vote freely, to cast their ballots without barriers or interference. Right now, we know the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress are actually trying, but failing, to erect barriers to voting. Voter suppression has many forms. It can look like a poll tax, a photo ID requirement, barriers that target women, travel requirements for rural voters, or simply efforts to spread fear. We heard all of that in the last amendment. It can also take the form of threats to station ICE agents at polling places, and let me be crystal clear about this. They are not allowed in our polling places. They will not be allowed in our polling places. We have heard unconstitutional attempts to seize power by nationalizing elections and other efforts to silence voices across every community in Minnesota. These have real consequences for real people. When working people can't vote, wages go down, and families suffer for the sake of corporate profits. When parents can't vote, affordable child care and strong public education fall by the wayside. When rural Minnesotans can't vote, the needs of farmers and small communities across the state are drowned out by special interests. When students and young Minnesotans can't vote, the future of our democracy starts to crumble. When over 1 million Minnesotans from all walks of life can't vote due to voter suppression efforts, affordable housing, clean air and water, reproductive freedom, high-quality health care, and the many things that matter most are sacrificed to deepen the pockets of billionaires and wealthy corporate interests. But here in Minnesota, democracy matters, and we are a constitutional democracy. We are a democratic republic. We lead the nation in elections for a reason. Minnesota is truly the North Star when it comes to elections. We are defending the freedom to vote, including by establishing strong protections against voter interference by the Trump administration and other bad actors, by increasing transparency and accountability, and by upholding the Constitution. With this bill, we have an opportunity to send a very, very clear message to the people of this state who are standing up and fighting for our democracy, to say that here in Minnesota, our elections are free, our elections are fair, and the people of Minnesota have the right to have their voices heard. Our democracy is worth fighting for. This is a great bill. Vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage as amended on Senate File 4223. Senator French.
Thank
For
you,
those
Mr.
voted pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Jim Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes yes. Aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herb votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim has already voted. Oh, Draheim, I'm sorry. I see Senator Dames. Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to Senate file number 476. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 476 is the Omnibus Human Services Policy Bill. And today, it represents the collaborative and bipartisan work that our committee does together. I want to share some key provisions, Mr. President. The continuity of care, which is the mission of our committee this session, is to protect the continuity of care for every single Minnesotan. The work we did in this bill helps accomplish this mission. Continuity of care proposal in this bill seeks to address the three main concerns that were shared by folks regarding clients caught in the disorder following a payment withhold. They are protecting the services. That's number one. Number two is the housing security. And number three is the shared responsibility of caring for our neighbors and establishing the clear coordination guidelines. The proposal clarifies that non-payment resulting from the interruption of a person's public benefit does not mean that the person accessing services loses the right to be notified of service suspension or terminations within a reasonable time frame. It also establishes that all service recipients of residential services are treated the same if a provider is temporarily suspended services or permanently terminating those services, Mr. President. The continuity of care proposal ensures that people accessing services have flexibility and control of their care. It also ensures that each service recipient has the right to clear and accurate bank records of their housing costs. That leads us to the protections in long-term care, Mr. President. This year in committee, we heard about the need to do more to protect our loved ones accessing the long-term care. In this bill, we have a proposal from Senator Mann to prevent people from being forced into guardianship as a condition of admission to a long-term care facility. We have a provision from Senator Abler requiring training and emergency intervention when a resident experiences a fall or is at risk for injury or death. We also have a provision from Senator Wicklund initiating and limiting the use of restraints on residents in long-term care settings. In just a moment, Mr. President, I think you'll see some amendments from members that reflect some important stakeholder compromises in this area. I want to thank the folks that worked hard on this and the good faith that they did in reaching the agreement on these issues. This is a legislative process at its best, Mr. President. It's kind of like writing music. It's kind of like going in front of folks at Wembley Stadium, Mr. President. This is an outcome Minnesotans can be proud of. Other items, there are some other provisions in this bill, including some important policy changes to substance use disorder treatment and cleaning up the statutes for direct care and treatment. We also codified the repeal of the Housing Stabilization Services Program, and that was following the governor's actions to terminate it last year. This is the start of our work this session, but Mr. President, it's not the end of it. In the coming weeks, we will bring forward a human services budget bill as well as a program integrity package. And that package we are working on is developing also in connection with Senator Wickland's committee. Imagine that, two committees working together. Kind of reminds me of a song that was introduced in 1994, Mr. President. But we'll have an opportunity then to have a robust discussion on human services spending and preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. It's a good bill, Mr. President, that represents a lot of hard work from our committee members and stakeholders, and I look forward to a lengthy, good discussion today. With that, Mr. President, I present you the A35 amendment.
Senator Hoffman offers the A35 amendment. The Secretary will report the A35 amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File 476 as follows. Page 7, line 15. This is Amendment A35.
Senator Hoffman, to your A35 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a cleanup amendment drafted by our nonpartisan staff. It removes provisions of the bill that have identified costs, provisions that belong in the program integrity bill that we are currently working on and continue to work on, and does remove the senior happy hour provisions since it was already signed into law by the governor of the state of Minnesota. It also fixes a drafting error, incorporates technical assistance to Article 2, Section 36, about billing periods for individual home services, which Senator Utke has been working hard on this whole session. So with that, I ask for a green vote, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A35 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A35 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I believe I yield to Senator Wickland.
I often mention to members that we are not the U.S. government. We do not yield to members. I will recognize members. Now I will go to Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A31 amendment.
Senator Wickland offers the A31 amendment. The Secretary will report the A31 amendment.
Senator Wickland moves to amend Senate File 476 as follows. Page 87, after line 11, insert. This is Amendment A31.
Senator Wickland, to your A31 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment relates to direction to the Commissioner to release the Optum report and reflects some work that has been done in the Senate since this came up on the floor a few weeks ago. When discussion happened relating to releasing the Optum report, I raised concerns about releasing this totally unredacted report to the members of the legislature and the public because I have strong concerns about the information contributing to more negative outcomes for the state if this private information is released. So this bill language, or this language of the amendment, is matching the language that did pass in the other body, and it was amended to a bill that came through my committee and then did go through the proper hearings in the Judiciary Committee and is now, I think, vetted, and it would give an opportunity for some legislators to be able to receive and review the report, and also puts in place guardrails to state that legislators and legislative staff who receive this report, they must not disseminate or publicize any not public data. I think it's really important that if we do have a consideration that we, for learning from the report, that we do so responsibly and use the information as we are considering program integrity proposals and for questions that we might want to ask the agency. So that is the A31.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I will have an amendment to the amendment, but I wanted to ask Senator Wicklund a question first. And Senator Wicklund, you said this
Senator Marty, I have to ask her if she's willing to yield.
okay.
You just
Will
can't
she
start
yield?
talking, sir. Thank you so very much. Senator Wicklund, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Marty, now to your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wicklund, now this is the language that the House passed about the language for the legislature to review it?
Senator Wicklund, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Marty, yes, it is.
Okay.
Senator Marty.
Thank you. Then, Mr. President, I do have a A33 amendment to the A31 amendment.
Senator Marty has an amendment to the amendment, the A33 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend the Wicklund Amendment to Senate File 476 as follows. Page 1 after line 16, insert. This is Amendment A33.
Senator Marty, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I appreciate what Senator Wicklund is doing to make sure it's available to people. When the report first came out, I was surprised by how it was not much worth releasing because it was so redacted. But so I thought, let's make it available to the public because I didn't know whatever. And then I started hearing from Senator Wicklund and others in her committee, hearing about how risks to disclosing information that could risk the integrity of the programs because bad actors could get information there. I still believe we should make it as open as possible. And so I guess this is an amendment that would say that if they release that initial Optum report to the chairs of the committee, they would also at the same time have to work with the legislative auditor on coming up with a summary of that unredacted report, and that would be available to the public. And in doing so, they should also release an assessment, because I'm curious how, I don't need to see the report or anything, but I'm curious how releasing the full report would risk the integrity of the program. So I think it's important to ask them to do an analysis of this and release that along with the summary. So all this would do is say, when they release the report to legislators on the committees, they would also release a summary that they and the legislative auditor work out together, and then at that time, in a summary of their assessment of whether releasing the report would endanger the security of the programs.
Just as a gentle reminder, whenever you're speaking on the floor, you're not supposed to be looking backwards or at anyone else. You're supposed to be looking to the front of the chambers. Senator Wicklund to the A33.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would see the A33 as being a complementary amendment, and I would see it as a friendly amendment to what I've proposed. It would ask for some additional information and information that could be made available to the public. So,
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to request a roll call on the underlying amendment to the amendment and to the amendment.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Marty. And I know that this is an issue that both you and I are concerned about. We're both authors on the bill that would provide an unredacted report to the public from this Optum report. And Senator Marty, my question is, for your amendment to the amendment, does this authorize the release of an unredacted report to the public, or is it limited only to legislators?
Senator Marty, to the question, please.
Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen, this would initially, at the time it's released to legislators, would release a summary to the public and an assessment of whether there is risk of harm to the programs if it's done publicly, which I had not thought there was. But when I'm hearing so many folks involved in this talk about the risk, to me, I think we should at least have an explanation from the auditor and everybody of what those risks might be. And if so, if there's a risk, I frankly don't want to have it all released to the public. But I hope it can be, and so I guess I'd love to see a summary of why it can't, not only a summary of the report, but also an assessment of what the risks would be if doing so.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Marty. I think one of my concerns with this amendment is that the commissioner of the Department of Human Services would be the entity that is developing this summary. And I think, unfortunately, we have seen from the Department of Human Services that it's their desire for this report to not be made public. And they have effectively provided us with a useless version of this report by redacting almost all useful information. And so the amendment to the amendment that's being offered here today would empower the commissioner to yet again give us another useless report or a useless summary. I know the language says that it must be developed with the Office of the Legislative Auditor, but Mr. President, members, I'll inform the body today that the Office of the Legislative Auditor should be the one who's taking a look at this report and providing any type of summary. And so for those reasons, I'm concerned that this won't actually provide any more information to the public or legislators than the underlying amendment from Senator Wicklund.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen, I think the one thing that this does ensure, though, is that there are going to be both the chairs and ranking members of the committees will have access to the full report, and if they see that the summary is poorly done or inadequate, and they would challenge the assessment of the risk of it, then they could raise a stink about that, and we could come back and make sure the whole thing would be done. But I guess I just think when I said I want this to be publicly made public, I'm just worried that we don't want to risk the integrity of the programs, which we are trying to all protect. And so I think if there was an inadequate response from the commissioner with the legislative auditor, then legislators of both parties who work on this issue would understand that and could counterbalance that.
Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, thank you. I wonder if I could, in the true body of the Senate, Mr. President, will Senator Rasmussen yield?
Senator Rasmussen, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hoffman.
So, Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen, the 1.9, if you start looking at line 1.9, which, at the word which, the commissioner must develop with the Office of the Legislature on 1.10. I'm wondering, Senator Rasmussen, if we were to include after that, develop with the Office of the Legislative Auditor, where it says the commissioner must, if we include the commissioner in the collaboration, or the commissioner with the legislative auditor must include the summary, would that address the work that you've been doing all session long in the integrity bill work? Would that be appropriate?
Senator Rasmussen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, for the question. I guess, for me, the language that's in front of us really is placing the power with the commissioner and not the legislative auditor. I think I trust the legislative auditor more than I trust the leadership at the Department of Human Services, especially given the fact that the leadership at the Department of Human Services has caused this problem in the first place by providing us with a report that is so heavily redacted it can't be used. And so I worry about further empowering them and leaving it up to their discretion over what can be made public and what can't be made public.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Rasmussen's point, Mr. President, I think there's room for that. There's a simple language fix here that would address where the legislative auditor is in collaboration or in connection. I'm not a lawyer. I played one in a movie one time, but I'm not one, so I don't know what the proper legal term would be to make sure that it's jointly, or that the emphasis falls on the legislative auditor on the summary side. Would that be something you could take a look at, either fix now, or do you want to add something in later, Mr. President?
Just so that you're clear, we're on an amendment to the amendment, and the only way that this amendment can be altered at this time would be for the author of the amendment to the amendment to incorporate any changes in the A33. Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I'm aware of that rule. Thank you for reminding the body of that. And this question, I know there's some other amendments coming up that are going to deal with this Optum report. I just want to set the stage for that. You know, kind of a stage like Wembley Stadium stage, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen, anything? Or Senator Marty, do you have any thoughts before we go forward?
Mr. President, if this amendment goes on, I'd be glad to work out language to make sure it's jointly done so the legislative auditor has as much change and can work on language in that in a little while. So, yeah.
Members, we're on the A33, the amendment to the amendment. A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. The secretary will take the roll on the on the A33 amendment to the amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
Sorry, Mr. President, also Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A31 amendment as amended. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to go back to this Optum report. I think it's important that we acknowledge that Minnesota has a fraud problem. And how we got to this debate is that last year the Walz administration hired Optum, a company, to look at vulnerabilities within our human services system and to make policy recommendations on how to stop fraud and prevent it from happening in the future. This report was paid for by Minnesota taxpayers, and Optum has been paid millions of dollars to do this work. And then when we asked the administration for this report, as we are in session this year, looking to stop the fraud and hold those responsible to account, the administration gives us a report that is so redacted, it is completely useless to us as policymakers. And so there has been bipartisan interest in having this report released to legislators and the public so that we can make smart decisions this session on how we can address this fraud crisis that is rocking our state. Mr. President, one of my concerns with the amendment that Senator Wicklund has proposed is that it would only give access to legislators. And Mr. President, taxpayers paid for this report. They should be able to see what the policy recommendations are that Optum is recommending to stop fraud in our state. And so to address that deficiency, I would like to offer the A51 as an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A51 as an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report A51 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the Wicklund amendment to Senate File 476 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 8 to 15 and insert. This is amendment A51.
Senator Rasmussen, any additional comments on your A51?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would go back to the original bipartisan bill that was introduced that would release the Optum report to the public. The only thing that would be redacted are proprietary information from Optum to protect any trade secrets that they have, but Minnesotans would have access to the policy recommendations that Optum is making, and they would be able to see what they paid for, the work that they paid for. I think this amendment allows transparency. It allows us to have this public debate on how we stop fraud in Minnesota and protect taxpayers. I would ask for member support.
Let's see. Senator Wicklund to the A51 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise in opposition to this amendment. This takes us back to what we discussed, and making all of the unredacted report available to the public is what I encourage members to think about. Do we want to provide a roadmap for people without any guardrails with this information? So to me, the underlying, or the amendment, the A31 provides some guardrails so that some legislators can have access to reviewing the report and use that information as they are making policy. But then it also constrains them from releasing and disseminating the information that is sensitive information. Senator Marty's amendment that we included, it does provide a way for the public and for the rest of the legislature to have a summary and develop that in conjunction with the Office of the Legislative Auditor. The Legislative Auditor has indicated that they do believe that this information is sensitive information. And so I trust that by working together with the agency, they could come up with a summary and an assessment as included in this, the A33. I think also, as Senator Marty pointed out, if the summary comes back and members who do have access to review the report find there are concerns, that they can raise those concerns. So for those reasons, I would oppose Senator Rasmussen's amendment.
Any other discussion before we vote on the A51 amendment to the amendment? Senator Rasmussen, you're the last voice that we'll hear before we vote. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if the Department of Human Services looked at this report, which they have access to, and thought that there were such key vulnerabilities that this exposed, I hope that they have already corrected those vulnerabilities, because they have had this report for months. And what I'm concerned with is that they don't want us as lawmakers and the public to have access to this information, because it again shows the failures of the Walz administration and of the Department of Human Services to protect taxpayer money. They have allowed billions of dollars that are supposed to go to Minnesotans most vulnerable to go to criminal networks who are stealing from hardworking Minnesotans. And that's why, Mr. President, we have a choice here in this body today on are we going to allow the Walz administration to continue to hide their mistakes around fraud and to hide their lack of program integrity? Or are we going to allow Minnesotans to see the report that they paid for so that they can hold the legislature and the administrative branch to account for the failures to protect their hard-earned money? I'd encourage members to support the amendment.
The Secretary would take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A51 amendment. Members, please vote expeditiously so we can keep going forward. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Gustafson votes no.
Senator Gustafson votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator Westlin votes, sorry, she's already voted, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment to the amendment, which is the A51, is not adopted. Members, we are back on the underlying A31 as amended. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the amendment that's before us, I will be voting in favor of it because it's better than nothing, and that's what the Walz administration has given the legislature to date. They have kept all the information that's useful from this Optum report from policymakers who need to take action this year to protect Minnesota's human services programs from fraud. However, Mr. President, I would question the Senate Democrats on why they didn't bring this language to the floor weeks ago. This language that's in front of us is nearly identical to a House file that's sitting on general orders. And so if Senate Democrats wanted us to have access to the insights and to the recommendations in this Optum report, they simply had to schedule it for a floor debate. And so my concern is, even if this language goes on today, and I support this language going on the bill today, that again, it will delay the timing of us getting access to this information while we're in session, while we can act to fix the mistakes that the Walz administration has had on program integrity. And so while I'll be supporting Senator Wickland's amendment, I would encourage the Senate Democrats to schedule that bill on the floor, like our colleagues in the other body did weeks ago and passed on a bipartisan basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other discussions before we vote? Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, can I ask for a clarification? If a bill is presented and it's to the bill that's in front of you, I can either approve as a friendly amendment or not a friendly amendment. Is that still correct, Mr. President?
Yes, you can, if you want to do an amendment to the amendment, Senator Hoffman. And if it's a long amendment, that usually should be in writing, but if it's a short amendment, it's something that could pass the body.
So, Mr. President, if I may, we are voting now on the amendment from the good senator from Bloomington as it sits. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are on the A31 as amended.
Well, Mr. President, I take this as a friendly amendment then.
Just so we're clear, this is the Marty amendment. Oh, well, you confused me. It is the Wickland amendment as amended by the Marty amendment to the amendment. All right, any other discussion before we vote? A roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A31 as amended. Members, whenever we're under a roll call vote, we cannot have people at each other's desks talking. That is in violation of the rules. And I keep seeing the same person violating the rules. Help me out, please. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 67 ayes and 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. The A31 is adopted as amended. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A32.
Senator Mann offers the A32 amendment. The secretary will report the A32 amendment.
Senator Mann moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 116, line 26. Before A, insert lowercase a. This is the A32 amendment.
Senator Mann on your A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A32 amends the guardianship language to align with stakeholder administration and long-term imperative agreement. It simply clarifies that the guardianship language in the bill cannot prevent a judge from placing someone into guardianship.
Any other discussion on the A32? Senator Hoffman?
Take it as a friendly amendment, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A32 is adopted. Senator Wicklund.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A34 amendment.
Senator Wicklund offers the A34 amendment. The secretary will report the A34 amendment.
Senator Wicklund moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 131, delete lines 17 and 20. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Wicklund to your A34 amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment relates to language in the bill that is modifying the use of restraints language, and Senator Hoffman referred to work that has gone on this session to update some of the language in this area. And when the bill left committee, there was still some more discussion that was needed. And now the stakeholders have worked together, long-term care imperative, and the consumer advocates have been working together with MDH to come up with a compromise language that everybody agrees to. And this provides a clarification to make sure that there's a limit, that we limit situations where there is a dispute in the family about whether to use a certain device. And without this change, providers would be susceptible to multiple family members arguing about the right decision for the resident. This clarifies the decision makers should be just the resident or the legal representative. So, and that is my amendment. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman to the A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is like being in a music studio and putting music together. She just got everybody in there doing the same kinds of stuff, and it almost got a Grammy nomination for that one. It's a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A34? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A34 is adopted. Any other amendments? Let's see, who do we have? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A27.
Senator Abler offers the A27. The secretary will report the A27.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 123, line 28, after persons, insert. This is the A27 amendment.
All right. Senator Abler, to your A27, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, this has been quite a journey to get this piece of legislation done, but it's got sweet rhythm to it. So thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, this is Larry's Law. Who's Larry? Larry is unable to attend today because he is no longer on Earth. He was happily sitting in his powered wheelchair, and one day it tipped over, which is too bad. Turns out it tipped over, pinning him against the wall, and he was unable to breathe. As staff looked on, no one moved the wheelchair, and he asphyxiated in a corner. This was it's just a tragic story on an unnecessary death. And so this provoked a lot of, outrage and concern, and some legislation that came out of that, which I was the proud author of, along with others. And so in keeping with the trend that we've seen today on the floor, this created a lot of discussion. And I want to thank the elder voices and the advocates and the imperative for coming up with a very reasonable way to help assure that this never happens again. And so members, I saw a lot of you reading voraciously the summary that I put on your desk of this bill, and I'll briefly go over a little bit of it. But it has to do with assisted living policies. And so what we've created here is increased trained responses to certain medical emergencies and increased trained response to non-emergency falls, which is somewhat dissimilar from watching while the person passes away. And so this ensures that there's 24/7 presence of staff trained in the new requirements. There's a staff plan to attend to medical emergencies until EMS arrives. And then there's a staff plan to assist the non-emergency needs of residents due to falling and lifting assistance. And it only makes sense, Mr. Chair, that these sort of policies are in place. They talk about medication emergencies. They talk about procedures that have to go into the file. They talk about training in airway and bleeding hemorrhage and emergency and non-emergency treatments. And the best, well, we can't bring Larry back, but Larry doesn't need to be joined by anybody else, Mr. President. And so I'm really pleased to bring it to this point, and I want to thank the people who raised the concern about this. And just so you know, I don't think, as we talk about the imperative and their commitment to senior well-being, that they ever thought this would be a thing. And I don't anybody is defending the fact that people watched. But I want to thank them for rising to the occasion in a very rapid way, in a comprehensive way, to assure this never happens. I also want to encourage the voices of people who bring forward complaints and concerns to keep bringing them forward, because very often we can actually create a system of improvement that makes it safer for all. So with that, Mr. President, I urge all members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman on the A27 amendment.
Under this underlying amendment, Mr. President, the hard work that's been put in this year, I appreciate. The committee appreciates the work that you're doing. Good Senator from Anoka, it is a friendly amendment.
Members, any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A27 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A27 is adopted. Senator Abler for your second amendment.
Mr. President, I want to thank members who voted yes. I forgot to vote. Anyway, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I would, I guess that's faith in the team here, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A50.
Senator Abler offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 41 after line 10, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A50 amendment.
Mr. President, I'm surprised I have to bring an amendment like this. If you go take out a loan, the loan agent might send you a note, hey, by the way, you have to pay. If you have a mortgage, they might send you a note saying, by the way, you have to pay. What this simply says, if you have a medical assistance waiver, the commissioner, which is Medicaid in the state, actually has to pay for the services that are authorized. And so why is this something this obvious needed? I think Senator Bolden can comment about it even more eloquently than I. In the interest of time, I will have some comments later, but I will just stop talking, and I won't yield, Mr. President, but I will sit down. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman, we're on the A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Abler yield?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hoffman.
So, good Senator from Anoka, can you tell me what's the fears of what's happening, that any direct incidences that we need to be aware of, and how this interacts between the private insurance and the Medicaid insurance side? So actually there's three questions in there.
Senator Abler to the question.
Well, thanks, Mr. President. I think I'll actually, if you don't mind, having Senator Bolden yield for the insurance question, but I'll just talk about the grander picture. People have a child in particular, or an adult that they're the guardian for with a need, and they're on a waiver. And a waiver means instead of going to a nursing home, they're going to be served elsewhere. And so they waive their right to a nursing home, which many people would way rather not have to go to. And so then they're assessed by the county and with the min choices method, and there's a case manager, and together they come up with a plan of care this individual needs, and then the state winds up paying for it through the Medicaid system. There are more and more cases, including the specific one that we'll get to, where people have been assessed for a need and has been declined to be paid for. This is happening more and more, which is really a challenge. And even with Senator Hoffman, with some of the waiver reimagined concerns going forward, the care that's being approved is inadequate for that as well. So that would, Mr. President, I'm sorry, I looked at Senator Hoffman. Anyway, so the care is inadequate for the needs. And so this would address that, as well as other possible future things where there's inadequate private coverage to cover the services of these individuals.
Any other questions there, Senator Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Abler yield again?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hoffman.
So if I understand what you're trying to do is there's a cost factor. Somebody waives the right to institutional care. Somebody waives their right. That's why they get on a waiver in the state of Minnesota. If that's what we understand, and then there's a piece of this. There's a mandate within that structure that the private insurance companies must pay for the services that are needed for this individual that could have a medically needed something. Doesn't matter. This is an individual who is on a waiver, and the obligation is the state of Minnesota needs to provide those services that are there. If somebody doesn't pay for that service, then all of a sudden the individuals, Mr. President and Senator Abler, if I understand this correctly, some of them are then taken to Fair Debt Collections and Practices Act, and they're saying they're on the hook to pay this. And is that a correct statement or a correct understanding of what's going on, Senator?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, that is my understanding. And it's just funny we have to state the obvious that, hey, you have to pay what you're supposed to pay. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
That was my understanding. This is indeed something that we need to do. And so I believe there's somebody else that has a comment on this, Mr. President.
That would be Senator Bowden. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am grateful for the opportunity to talk about this. So to the point of Senator Hoffman of when might this be the case, I will give you a specific example of when this might be the case. It's an issue that I'm working on and have a bill to correct, and I'm thankful to Senator Abler and Limmer and Utke for being co-authors on this bill. There's a situation happening right now that affects about 200 to 250 families across the state. These are families with primarily children who have complex medical needs. These kids require hospital-level care. They have both private health insurance and Medicaid. They are covered by a waiver, so they are taken care of at home. And there are home nursing services provided by ICU level-trained nurses who provide care to these children so they can remain cared for in their homes. There was a law that this body passed in 2010 that required private health insurance companies to pay for that home nursing care. So that has been the case. That has happened for the last 15 years. Last fall, two insurance companies, Health Partners and Medica, decided to put a cap on that coverage that amounts to about 10 days. And so these families who have kids with complex medical needs that require that care 365 days a year now have 10 days of coverage. And so what has happened is that it has a huge impact on those families' lives. Costs are getting shifted onto Medicaid, and their budgets are not prepared for that. So they're having to make incredibly difficult choices about what care their kids are going to get and what they are not. And to this point, there are now families making plans and choices, plans to have their kids hospitalized because they are losing this coverage and not able to be cared for in their homes anymore. And so we are working to fix this issue. I appreciate this amendment. My hope is that we can enforce the current law that says private health insurance companies need to pay for this care, and we don't have to do something like this amendment says and have the cost be pushed onto Medicaid. But it is a real and significant issue for families in our state right now. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Abler would yield.
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Wicklund.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, I'm wondering, have you considered if this language will still allow for actions to be taken in case of the need for a payment withhold?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Wicklund. I am convinced this has no impact on anything besides identifying that there's a need to be responsible. Every protection that's in place in Minnesota against anybody who's fraudulent remains in place, and that's not my intention. And if you want to keep talking about this, we can, but it's at the end, it's my intention to withdraw this amendment. It needs some more work. But I do want to comment on Senator Bolden's thing. We had a press conference about that, and this addresses a couple of topics, including the one that Senator Bolden has. Part of it has to do with fair treatment of a child or an adult with a need in the face of, in my view, inadequate service and attention by the whole system that is forcing people into really very horrible choices about where they have to live. So just since I didn't get to talk about it on the floor, one of my favorite movie characters, Mr. President, the movie Wall Street, is Gordon Gekko. And so I really admire that guy. Greed is good. Actually, I don't admire him at all. But that does have something to do, in my opinion, with the inadequacy of these couple of health insurance companies to do what they have committed to do. And it costs money, but they better take care of these people because, Mr. President, what is the value of one life? Is it worth spending $200,000 or $500,000 to help one of these individuals be in their homes and thrive in the best way they possibly can? Mr. President, I would say yes. And so that's wrapped up in this bill. This amendment actually could cost some money. And so actually I'm even, whatever that ruling is, it needs some more work, but I wanted to call attention to it on the behalf of Senator Bolden's comment and on behalf of other families who are very worried about what's going to happen to their kids. So, Mr. President, thank you for the moment. With that, I will withdraw the amendment.
Senator Abler withdraws the A50 amendment. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't had a chance to talk with Senator Bolden yet, but she's got her language in Senator Klein's Commerce Bill, and we have a zero fiscal note, so we're planning to include that. And again, I don't know, I've been tracking exactly how Senator Abler's thing would fit with this, but that part of the problem we should be passing, I hope, out of the Senate, we hope, this week. And with that, Mr. President, I have an amendment at the desk, the A52 amendment.
Senator Marty offers the A52 amendment. The Secretary will report the A52 amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend the Marty A33 amendment to Senate File Number 476, adopted by the Senate April 23, 2026, as follows. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Marty, to your A52 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the A33 amendment that I offered earlier, it was saying at the time that the report was, the Optum report was given to legislators, it would be summarized by the commissioner in conjunction with the legislative auditor, and the commissioner would have to release a summary explanation of whether releasing the whole report to the public would engender the safety of the programs. And having heard concerns from several members, I have an amendment. The A52 would amend that, so in effect it would say at the time that the report is released to the legislature, to the legislators, the confidential version would be released, that the legislative auditor, in conjunction with the commissioner, would release a summary to the public, and the commissioner would release a report on risk to the integrity of the programs. I hope this addresses concerns that were expressed earlier, and would love to have your support.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate Senator Marty directing the legislative auditor to be doing this work and having more influence on the outcome. I have more confidence in the legislative auditor than I do with the Department of Human Services, so I'll be supporting Senator Marty's amendment. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take this as a friendly amendment.
On adoption of the A52, all in favor of its adoption say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A52 is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Walz administration has failed at protecting Minnesota taxpayers. The Walz administration has failed at protecting our human services programs, and it has created a crisis here in the state. One striking example is last year in the Housing Stabilization Services Program, where the Walz administration allowed fraud to run so rampant that they decided it was in the best interest of taxpayers to just shut down the program unilaterally. And there are some estimates that more than half of the money in that program went to fraudsters instead of people who needed those services. One of the provisions in the bill in front of us is a response to that action that the governor took, which would prohibit a future administration from taking similar action. Mr. President, I'm concerned that this will give the Walz administration yet another excuse to not protect taxpayers and to not protect the services that Minnesotans rely on. And so to address that, I'd like to offer the A28.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the A28 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 31, line 16, after the period, insert. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would just make clear on the prohibition in the bill that says the Commissioner of Human Services must not take any action without legislative authorization. It would make sure that this does not pertain to action to prevent medical assistance fraud. I think if there are changes that the administration believes would be prudent to prevent further fraud here in Minnesota, I believe they should take that action, and we should not restrict their ability to do so. And this amendment would allow them to take action to protect taxpayers.
Senator Hoffman on the A28 amendment.
Mr. President, I have not had, oh, I just got it handed to me, Mr. President, so.
Would you like for Senator Rasmussen to repeat what he just said?
Yeah, no, Mr. President, that's okay. Mr. Rasmussen, Senator Rasmussen, could he yield, please?
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hoffman.
Senator Rasmussen, prior to the insert version on that, the direction that the bill is giving, is that going to be different than what you're saying here? And if not, then explain how it is interacting.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hoffman. That is a good question. So if we look at page 31, line 15 of the bill, it states that the Commissioner of Human Services cannot take action to terminate a medical assistance program, waiver, or benefit, or request federal assistance with terminating a medical assistance program, waiver, or benefit, or substantially redesign a medical assistance program, waiver, or benefit prior to legislative approval. And this, Mr. President and Senator Hoffman, this language, I believe, would have stopped the Walz administration from ending the Housing Stabilization Services Program last year, which they admitted they couldn't keep money from going to fraudsters. So the A28 amendment before the body would very simply state that the commissioner could take action to prevent medical assistance fraud. I think it's important, given the fraud crisis that our state is facing, that we as a legislature don't give the administrative branch any more excuses as to why they can't implement program integrity and stop billions of dollars from going to criminals.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. That answers my question. And so the concern that I have with the amendment is that it undoes when it's, this body said to you cannot end this program without legislative approval. Because you know, Mr. President, and you know this better than anybody else, there's three different things about the state of Minnesota. You got the executive branch, you got the legislative branch, and you got the judiciary, right? Isn't that, are we all on the same page? So the legislative branch is its own entity, Mr. President. And so we are telling the administration, you have to do this. This, unfortunately, when you do an unless, and that's why I asked, so thank you, Senator Rasmussen, when you do the unless, that's an ambiguous statement, but it underlyingly gets rid of everything. It's like a but clause. You know what a but clause is, Mr. President? Yeah, but, right? You get those when you're talking to your friends, and all of a sudden they say, you know, well, yeah, but, you know, Dayton's better than Otsego. I don't know if the guy from Otsego is here because that'll do it. But unless the commissioner's taking action, I think that needs to be worked out. I get where you're going with this, Senator Rasmussen, but I think this needs work. I don't think this is the place for it. And here's the other thing, Mr. President. I know I'm not supposed to say the other body's name, so I'm going to refer to as the other body, did not take this language in its work. So we would go into a conference committee with if we accepted this with two different languages, which I got to tell you, it's not going to come out of conference committee that way. So with that, Mr. President, I think we work on it, better language, and I do not accept this as a friendly amendment.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. With this amendment, what we're going to prevent is the executive branch, the governor, being able to say, as he has done many times, there was nothing I could do. I couldn't, you know, I didn't have the tools, I didn't have the ability to stop the fraud. This amendment just makes that clear. No, you do, and you should. You have an obligation to do it. And it's the legislature still controlling what the legislature does because we're putting it into statute. So I think we should all support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to hammer that point home just a little bit harder. When this fraud crisis came out over the last few years, we heard a series of questionable statements from all levels of the administration. But it all ended on, there's nothing we could do. We couldn't stop the money to Feeding Our Future. The courts demanded that we pay Feeding Our Future. We found out that that wasn't true. Well, the legislature says that we can't do anything. The law is clear. I can't do anything to stop the fraud, says Governor Walz. And this legislature stands up, and we have the ability to pass laws and change the policy to allow the fraud to be stopped. But we haven't done that, have we? No, we're too busy arguing about kiosks and legislation that will never see the light of day because it has no path in the House. So instead, Republicans put forward this very reasonable amendment that says, let's give the governor the power that he says he doesn't have. He says on the TV shows, he gets up and goes to late night TV shows and says, oh, I would do it. I would do it tomorrow, but those dastardly legislators won't let me. And of course, now the legislators, the Democrats in this room, are opposing giving him the power that he claims to want to stop the fraud. Opposing this amendment does nothing more than provide cover. I ask for a yes vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? All right. Senator Rasmussen, we will hear from you. You are the author of the A28, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we are doing here today is making sure that we make it crystal clear to Governor Walz and to his successor that we expect the administrative branch, the executive branch, to stop fraud and protect taxpayer money. If you vote yes on this amendment, you're making clear that he can't use this language in the bill as an excuse to not go after fraud, to not protect Minnesota's hard-earned taxpayer money. But, Mr. President, a no vote says that you are okay with programs continuing and you're okay without making changes, you're okay with housing stabilization services going on even when the governor's saying he can't protect it from fraudsters. And so I think it's very clear that we need to have this amendment on so we don't give Governor Walz or a future governor an excuse to why we have industrial scale fraud here in the state of Minnesota. I would encourage members to support the amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A28 amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Hold on one moment. I'm sorry there, Senator Friends. Who was the last person?
Senator Rest votes no, and I think that vote's up there, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Mohammed did vote in person. Senator Klein votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
I think that's it, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. I'm sorry, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye. And Senator Lang, how do you vote? All right. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the A28 amendment is not adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully this will be our last amendment for the day. But as we're sitting in back and ruminating over our session and listening to Eric Lucero give long-winded speeches, we thought about other amendments we could maybe bring up. And Senator Hoffman and I started talking about his bill and some bills that we had, and a great bill that we thought we could put onto this bill. It actually is ADA compliant. So I am going to move the A53 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the A53 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 476 as follows. Page 138 after line 11, insert. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg to your A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we are again talking about purple paint. We talked about this last week. We did talk about this last year. I guess I'll go into it a little more. I thought people remembered it, but this was, everyone agreed to this amendment. There was no opposition. It did pass off of this floor last year, 67-0, I believe, on a voice vote. And what this does again, and the reason we use purple paint is visible to those with people with color blindness. So this allows you to mark your private property with a color that can be seen. And if you use a color such as red or something, Mr. President, then that might not be seen by people with color blindness. So it does a couple things. It gives a way for people that are colorblind to see that they could maybe not trespass on property if they're out, say, hunting, or they're going to go onto an egg field. But also, if you have a disability, if you're wheelchair bound or it's hard for you to walk around, statutes say you must every year mark your signage in Minnesota. The purple paint law would allow you to paint it on your tree and it would stay longer. And I'll just read something off but when I was doing some research here, the law exists for practical reasons. Signs get stolen, blown down by storms, or destroyed by weather. Paint bonds to tree trunks, holds up for years with minimal upkeep, and can't be ripped down. So if it's hard for you to get around and put up no trespassing signs every year, this would be another option so you could paint and not have to worry about that year after year after year. So I think this would be good. This would help people with color blindness, and it's a good bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman to the A53 amendment.
Mr. President, the good senator from Little Falls, Minnesota, is absolutely spot on. Purple signage works because it combines its practical accessibility, visibility, contrast, clarity with inclusion. So it makes sense. Not only that, Mr. President, but it also stands for Purple, Prince, and Wembley Stadium. So say yes to this. It's a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A53? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A53 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A53 is adopted. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 476, a bill for an act relating to human services, modifying policy provisions relating to continuity of care following a payment withhold, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote for final passage? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I think if you sense the tone of this piece of legislation, you see there's a lot of collaboration, inclusion, and quality of work. I don't think there are any real clinkers in here that should, I guess the clinker is in your own definition, but I think it's an example of the good work that Senator Hoffman has led on the committee, and I urge members to vote yes.
Any other discussion before we go to final passage? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, will extend my appreciation for the committee's chair's collaborative approach in committee. And I think you got to see that approach reflected here on the floor today. And this was a productive floor session. I think we took some of the more problematic pieces of this bill and were able to incorporate feedback from providers to make it more workable. And so I appreciate that we had some of those amendments here on the floor today. But Mr. President, I also think the bill before us is lacking in a couple of key dimensions. One, it does not include full transparency to Minnesota taxpayers on the Optum report that they paid for. Second, it also includes an excuse to Governor Walz and a future governor as to why they can't protect Minnesota taxpayers and protect human services programs. And then, Mr. President and members, I too am also awaiting the day where we get to have a broader debate on program integrity on this floor. And I hope that we get to have that debate soon, because Minnesotans are demanding action. They have seen a fraud crisis that has turned our state into a national embarrassment, where billions of their hard-earned tax dollars are going to criminals. And they are demanding that we take action this session to stop the fraud and hold those responsible to account. And I think, well, this bill, the focus wasn't on program integrity. That work is important, and we should get to it immediately so that we can restore Minnesotans' confidence in our human services programs and protect those resources for the Minnesotans who rely on these programs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Fate.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Hoffman for guiding this policy bill through in a constructive and bipartisan way. And as a vice chair, I wanted to speak specifically towards a couple of things. Number one, we spoke a lot about the continuity of care around what we've seen this past several months with the stop payments, the payment withholds, but also having conversations centered around the difficulties and the struggles that were being faced by our most vulnerable communities that have been receiving services and then having it cut. And so I appreciate Article 1, the continuity of care piece. I know there are concerns around program integrity, and so I wanted to make it very clear that we do have another package that's SF 4222, led by Senator Hoffman, Senator Abler, all of us, that will tackle program integrity in a bipartisan way, and so that will be coming down as well. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill? Seeing none, last words you'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you. You got to see exactly how committees should operate, Mr. President, where it's an integration of people's values that drive why we're doing what we're doing. And that's the first question we asked 3 years ago, was to get to the why. Our committee does a lot of good work together. We disagree, but at the end of the day, we focus on the end game, which are the people that need the services and what we need to do about that. That's why I was really proud to be a part of the committee work that we had. And the members, Senator Wicklund, Senator Utke, Senator Gruenhagen, Senator Zaina Mohammed, Senator Omar Fateh, Senator Jordan Rasmussen, Senator Jim Abler. We all worked together, and we had good disagreements. Senator Rasmussen forgot to mention Menards during his closing statements like he did in committee the other day, and I won't remind him of that, but that's the kind of work we do that is fun. I also want to point out, Mr. President, how grateful I am for the diligent work of the committee members. It feels really good to be able to be here to present a bill. You have no idea how good it feels. Sam Parmaker, for your work as a committee administrator putting this bill together. Emily Spiteri, for your work on doing what needs to be done, gathering the information and putting it together. Olivia Willis, coming in as brand new and doing absolutely yeoman's work. Kyle Raymond, Leah Monahan. My God, state of Minnesota, do you realize you have two of the smartest people when it comes to doing any kind of work? The nonpartisan staff are absolutely amazing. And Mr. Monahan, if I messed up that kitchen cabinet discussion you had 10 years ago when Senator Abler was chair, I apologize, but I think we did okay. Elise Bailey and Christy Grom at the Department of Human Services absolutely work harder than anybody else I know in state government. So with that, Mr. Chair, I appreciate you allowing me to make reference to the purple guy with the purple sign in Prince and Wembley Stadium, because I wouldn't be here saying that, and I really appreciate being here saying that. Vote yes. It's a good bill, Mr. President.
Thank you so very much, Senator Hoffman. The Secretary will take the roll for final passage as amended of Senate File Number 476. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Mohammed is right here and going to vote for herself. Senator
That's
Klein.
good.
Senator, I just wanted you to know. Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart has voted. And Senator Friends, how do you vote?
I think I'm going to vote aye. And Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
And Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Hawley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes
Housley.
aye.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
He already voted.
Is he here? You gotta tell the guy.
All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 39 ayes and 28 noes, the bill is passed and is titled agreed to. Members, we will now proceed to the 13th order of business, which is announcements of Senate interest. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Capital Investments last committee hearing will start promptly at 3:30 in room 1100.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Typically this time of year, Reed Sporting Goods has a show up in Little Falls. They're not there this year, but there's still going to be a sporting goods show at Shooting Sports between Little Falls and Piers tomorrow and Sunday if you want to come out and buy some firearms. Thank you.
Any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to remind all senators and staff that on Monday, just around the corner from 5 to 7 at Mancini's is the best event of the year, or as Senator Jasinski would say, the second best, or the tied for the best event of the year, the Ranger Party. Again, it's at Mancini's, and all senators and staff are invited. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any more announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, we'll go to Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder, the Rules Committee will meet in room 123 about 15 minutes after the conclusion of this session. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday, April 27th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.